Evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. To those of you who are here in person, to those live streaming, and our special guests who are attending at Catalina. I will ask our general counsel to take a roll call and establish a quorum.
Okay, Member Lopez.
Present.
Vice President Otto. Here. President Craighead.
Here.
Member Benitez.
Here.
Member Miller.
Here.
And Student Member Arroyo.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And now for our Pledge of Allegiance, I'll ask our student representative from Sato, Catalina, to lead us in the pledge.
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
The board has been meeting in closed session regarding matters listed on today's agenda. The board took action on the following items. On item 3.1, the board voted 5-0 to approve public employment of Jessica McAfee as an interim administrative assistant for the Office of Student Support Services. The board discussed items 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, and 3.5, but took no reportable actions. Now we will go to the adoption of the agenda as posted.
I move to pull agenda items 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 from the agenda.
Second.
Discussion. Is there a discussion on why you would like these items pulled?
Absolutely. I think that we were presented with bylaws back in October, at the end of October, with revised bylaws, and then we had a Saturday retreat where we started discussing them, and we have a revised bylaws that will ultimately impact our community, and even though they are for us here for board members, what we can and cannot do once these bylaws pass will ultimately impact the community. And so I think that we need time to engage in discussion, engage in them publicly, and we probably should have started with just looking at what we originally had. We had 6 bylaws, and we're proposing moving to 44. And that calendar is also has a lot of those elements from those bylaws.
We have 18 bylaws total. And from our discussion on December 7th, there were 7 bylaws that had almost a full consensus. When we went down the list of bylaws, we each gave an opinion whether we wanted to keep that bylaw, delete the bylaw, or modify the bylaw.
You're absolutely correct, and that was done in a space where we were being asked, but we were not voting on those bylaws. So we, based on that discussion, then we either moved with keeping them, modifying them, or not. But I think that it would be a good idea to also have the public provide input as to what they'd like to see their board members, those that voted us in, what they would like to see in the way that we operate here as a board.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Isn't that what we're doing tonight with a draft of bylaws being presented to us? We have a discussion, we decide whether we want to vote on them or not.
Yes, that's right. We've had the bylaws for many months now, And we are required by law to have the agenda posted 72 hours in advance of a meeting. I believe our agenda was posted Friday, which is well in advance of the 72 hours. And I believe the bylaws were included with the agenda materials that went public Friday. And Mr. Riel, if you could maybe validate that idea.
Yes, they were absolutely posted, and the agenda materials were part, or the proposed bylaws were part of the packet that were posted on Friday with an action item, potential action item.
Thank you. And then,
Just process-wise, Ms. Craig, I think it would be good to illustrate what we've done to get to this point as part of this discussion. If we're going to take action on pulling an agenda item, I'd like to have the full context of how this agenda item came to the agenda in the first place.
well, I don't know how far back you want me to go, but I can start with the process of this board working on a new model of governance. And that process started in 2020. So I'm going back about 4.5 years. And we had 2 members on the board at that time that were part of the Council of Great City Schools. And they were working with a man named A.J. Craybill. And we at the time, each board member was asked if they would commit in going forward with the student outcome-focused governance model of board governance. Each member was asked if we could commit to that. Each member at the time, and this was 2020, each member committed to that work. Part of that work was the bylaws. And so from that point, we created different committees to go over some of the work that the board does. One of the items to be looked at or revised or updated, or in this case created, was the board handbook. So there was a committee to work on a board handbook. Another committee was to look at the agenda. How can we streamline the agenda? How can we make the agenda more efficient? That was a separate committee. There was another committee to look at bylaws. And I believe that work started in 2021. I believe the committee brought forward those bylaws in 2022, and we voted on those bylaws. I believe it was about 6 bylaws at that time. So this was back in 2022. So in the meantime, we've slowly gone through what it means to have a student outcome-focused governance model with our board work. And it's, there's been an ebb and flow to our process. In the last 6 months, we've worked very hard at looking at our implementation timeline on what the board needs to do, and part of that work is the bylaws. So we were first given the bylaws, I believe it was the last week in October, so this board has had many months to look at the bylaws. We had a board retreat on Saturday, December 7th, where we discussed the bylaws. We went down the line of each 18 bylaws, if we wanted to keep, delete, or modify that bylaw. From that work, our comments were given to 2 of our coaches, Mr. A.J. Craybill, Mr. Greg Klein, who is also here tonight. Thank you, Mr. Klein, and our legal counsel at the time, Mr. Strumpfer. No, actually, he's representing us on bylaws at this point. We have general counsel, my bad. So what happened is, at that point, information was taken as far as our opinions on each individual bylaw. Those were compiled to come up with a short list of bylaws that there was a general consensus on. So those bylaws are on the agenda tonight for us to vote on, because those bylaws didn't require any substantial modification as far as a consensus of this board. We all pretty much agreed on those bylaws, and so that's what we've decided to go forward with. And those are the bylaws that are up for a vote tonight, and that's 7. Some of them are as simple as for example, there's a bylaw on the role of the vice president. I believe that's approximately 1 paragraph long. I don't know how controversial that's going to be. So that's an example of what we intend to vote on tonight. That's an example of what's on the agenda. I don't know if I've left something out.
I would just add 2 layers, and I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this because I think 2 things what we need to do tonight is clarify our process, and like Member Lopez shared, hear from our community members about these bylaws. So 2 things that I would add as part of the layers that you discussed. I vividly recall that this board in 2020 assessed itself. And by the assessment tool that we were provided, we scored ourselves a 0 in terms of board governance, board effectiveness, student outcomes focus. And so at that time, we moved slow, right? We moved very slow. We identified that governance went hand in hand with our ability to advance on our priorities. At that time, we didn't even have developed board goals yet. We didn't have guardrails. We hadn't done the visioning work that we'd been doing. So it wasn't in a vacuum that we decided, hey, let's jump into the student outcomes focused governance. It was because the board at that time decided, let's assess ourselves. And then based on that self-assessment, we, the board, identified not just bylaws, but many other things. The second layer that I would add, Mr. Strumpfer's here too. It was this board that said, we want outside counsel for this. No disrespect to Jeff here, but this board instructed Mr. Strumpfer, get us going with the priority that we had identified 5 years ago, that we re-identified through the creation of the first bylaws in 2022, completely explicitly acknowledging this is just to get us going. The 2022 updates to bylaws was never an end-all, be-all. I know because I was part of that committee that drafted those bylaws. So the specific instructions to Mr. Strumpfer, and that's what his contract reads, is that he would be counsel on bylaws so we would have a third party, legal, and again, I won't go into all the qualifications of Mr. Strumpfer, but our board was the one that instructed him, start the draft within these areas to get us going, and then that led to the October first version of bylaws. So this wasn't the superintendent that imposed this on us. This wasn't a single board member that imposed this on us. This wasn't legal that said you guys have to do this. So that's the context, right? And I think it's important for our discussion today. Absent of a context, it comes across like, where did these bylaws come from? There's 5 years of work, most recently 3 years of work, and even more recently than that. We're paying this guy, all due respect, attorney at law, money to help facilitate, to provide legal counsel on what's absolutely needed, what language we use, but it's up to us. If we want to take out language, put in language, we've had, and we will continue to have, it's not an end-all be-all tonight, at least since the summer when we had this discussion, then in October when we were presented the first drafts, then in December where we had initial discussion, and then multiple times between December and now to think about, to revise, to update. And so to me, this is a continuum. This is a continuation of that work. This is not the end-all be-all. Heck, if none of us like the bylaws tonight, we'll vote them down, right? If we don't like the language, we'll vote them down. We'll start from scratch. But let's not forget that these did not appear in a vacuum, that these are not any secret. Like this is how we run these meetings. We say, here's what we're covering. In this case, I think we've actually erred on the side of, sharing as much in advance. Our policy advice here is, I report out from the Budget and Policy Committee. I've reported out multiple times that we have bylaws coming. I've reported out multiple times that we have an immigration policy for us to do a first reading of. So this is the standard operating procedure. It's been at least 7 months where, as part of my board report, I said, and we're looking forward to that conversation on bylaws. And to make it even cleaner and more transparent, we've separated out the bylaws or policies. The bylaws from all the other policies that this board takes action on so that we could be very intentional, very thorough, very thoughtful, and be able to have a conversation tonight. And again, tonight, what's before us is not to say yes to all the bylaws. It's to have a discussion about it. And we started with the first 7, and maybe Greg and or Wayne, you could provide context as to why these 7, what these 7 are. I've actually recommended, I'm sure Wayne's going to follow through. Did Wayne disappear on us?
No, he's there.
I've recommended that we take these one by one so we have an opportunity for discussion and transparency and hear community input rather than package them. And so they're introduced first with a legal underpinning, and second, what the intent of these bylaws were. Some are revisions, some are new, some are codifying best practices. So I'm eager, and I'm glad that we have some people here, and I read the text messages, folks, and the emails. That's what this is about, right? So I love this part of our job.
Yes, and I would also add that that's part of the function of tonight. Doing this work in public is to give the public an opportunity to weigh in. So there is a time for public comment, and we will hear and we will listen.
So I've been on the board for 2 years, and the first that I heard anything of bylaws was when I received them at the end of October. So prior to that, we never looked at what we had, which I think it's important. We should have started there. What do we have? What's working? What's not working? What do we need to add? I mean, are we that dysfunctional that we need to go from 7 bylaws to, from like the 7 pages to 44 pages?
That's not true, Maria.
Well, no.
Use the truth.
That is the truth. So I was not here. You clearly reviewed and voted on the bylaws right before I was sworn in. Yes, on the other ones.
Actually, as Dr. Benitez stated, some of the bylaws for review are new, and some of them are bylaws that have been in place that we want to modify. And you are a part of that.
I agree. What I am saying is we didn't look at what the bylaws we have currently. We didn't look at them, we didn't discuss them, we didn't say like, hey, let's engage in conversation. Do we need to change things? Now, could have that happened? Absolutely, before my time, because again, they were voted on right before I came in. So it's not a big deal. I think we have a motion in place right now, and we can decide if we move forward with that motion or not, and then
Okay,
we will
so-
have time to go over the bylaws.
So
I
we'll
think
call
the concern here is the narrative that we didn't do things, right? Ms. Lopez, did you not vote on Mr. Strumpfer's contract, which specifically identifies governance as one of the things that we'd be doing?
If someone can pull up that contract what we voted on, if we voted on, because I asked very clearly if legal counsel was just going to be for the board or work with someone else, and that was part of transitioning our current legal counsel. Am I correct, legal counsel? And if
I don't have the-
anyone can pull up those.
I don't have the contract that I can
Okay,
pull up
but
at this point.
it was
in
in
time.
it was in the agenda, so it's there.
Yes, and the discussion was that for some period of time, there would be overlapping responsibilities, and then those would phase away. When there was an engagement specifically for the bylaw discussion, he was engaged as special counsel. to
Correct,
the
and
board.
I'm not saying that we have not had the opportunity to work with Greg or with Mr. Strumpfer. We have. We've had it individually, and so even the conversations that may have taken place between you, Ms. President Craighead, or any other board member here regarding, your individual feedback, we've not engaged in. But that's why we're here tonight, and we just vote and either move forward with the amended agenda or not.
So we'll vote on that motion. Mr. Real, I'm going to ask you to take a roll call vote.
Okay, Member Lopez,
Okay, we're voting on the amended agenda.
you're voting, yes, the motion was made to amend the agenda to remove items 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3. Mr. Miller seconded that motion, so that's what's on the floor.
So aye.
Vice President Otto,
No?
President Craighead,
No.
Member Benitez.
Nay.
Member Miller,
No.
and Student Member Arroyo.
Nay.
That motion fails.
So we need a new motion to accept the agenda as presented.
So moved. Second?
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
I oppose it. It's an A for me.
And I believe everybody voted, so no abstentions. That passes 4-0.
4-0.
Preferential
5-0
vote.
with one, 5-0, 4-1 with a preferential vote from the student
Yes.
loyal.
Yes. Okay, next on the agenda, we have the introduction of Student Representative Catalina Abaradas from Sato. Welcome, Catalina. It is your turn to address us.
I just want to applaud that we have a Catalina Island.
Fun fact, I've actually never been to Catalina Island.
I'm confused though. Is Sato on Catalina Island?
Good afternoon, LBUSD Board of Education and the Long Beach community. My name is Catalina Halvaradis, and I'm a senior at Sato Academy of Math and Science. I am honored to share with you all today the outstanding accomplishments and events that are going on at Sato. To start off, I would like to share a little bit about myself. I am in the biomedical pathway, which is one of 2 accelerated pathways at Sato, and the other one being engineering. I'll brag about those later, but I'm finishing my 3rd year in ASB, and I'm one of the ASB club commissioners. I'm the president of National Honor Society. I started a Christian club. I have been a dragon crew leader, and I've played on all 3 intramural style co-ed sports teams, which include volleyball, soccer, and basketball. Speaking of sports, in the fall, our volleyball team secured Sato's first Small Schools League championship, and just last week we won the basketball championship. Now all we have to do is win soccer to secure all 3 trophies. Not only are we taking the lead in athletics, Sato's drone soccer team has the most podium wins of any program in the country, and we're gearing up to go to nationals, which will take place in New York in May. And our Momentum Robotics team has continued to place in the OC and LA regionals, beating their previous records and are headed to playoffs. Although we have been excelling in sports, at Sato we pride ourselves on the academic values taught and integrated through our 4 student outcomes: collaborative communication, creative innovation, problem solving, and accomplished industry professionalism. As a senior, I've experienced how these outcomes progressively increase in rigor and expectations that prepare Sato students for success after high school. I can say myself that these expectations have strongly shaped me into the person I have become in the last 4 years, and have equipped me with the tools to take on college. Furthermore, all Sato students are expected to incorporate these 4 outcomes into their grade level integrated projects. The 9th graders are beginning their survival projects as they invent and innovate devices to improve survival in an extreme environment. The 10th graders are halfway through the annual roller coaster project as they are prototyping their coasters online via Desmos before they begin building them. The 11th graders completed their projects in the fall, with the biomedical students who created poster presentations to showcase a science experiment their group devised to study light, and the engineering students assembled manufacturing lines to incorporate elements from their chemistry class. Lastly, us 12th graders are adding finishing touches to our capstone projects as we prepare for panel presentations. In the last year, we've been growing our network of industry professionals with our partnership with EXP, and students are becoming more familiar with many professionals that we present our pathway and integrated projects to. While on the topic of our exceptional pathways, the biomedical pathway, which has been flourishing as students get to explore the human body using our anatomage table, perform laboratory experiments with radish seeds and worms, and dissect sheep hearts and livers. In the engineering pathway, students are learning about applied forces on structures as they construct trusses, master 3D modeling by designing protective earbud cases, and learning to operate the high-tech CNC machines to build customized boxes. On top of all of this, all Sato students got to venture outside of the classroom as we all went on field trips this year with our pathway classes to places like Edwards Life Science and the UCLA Lundquist Institute for Biomedical Innovation. We are thankful for our pathways and business engagement offices providing funding to make these experiences possible. Aside from what's happening in our classes, We've had some incredible events in the last year as we continue to top our previous accomplishments. For example, we had over 1,000 people walk our campus at Site Night, and we hosted our first STEM night in October, led by our ambassadors, Rocketry, Society of Women's Engineering, Drone Soccer, and CSULB Biomedical Engineering students. And we plan to expand STEM Night next year to bring in students from even more schools across the district. In addition, our SADO ambassadors dedicated their third week of winter break to teach science lessons to 13 middle schools in Long Beach, including Jefferson, Lindbergh, Washington, and Hamilton. As a result of this ongoing outreach, we have seen an incredible increase in the diversity of students in each upcoming freshman class, which was all arranged by our fantastic Pathways Director, Ms. Saeed. Additionally, we're offering 2 new dual enrollment courses this semester on campus, Intro to Public Health and Counseling 1+, and many other students take dual enrollment classes online. In fact, every 1 in 5 SADA students is currently taking at least one dual enrollment course. Lastly, we reached a record number of clubs on campus with 67 active clubs, with a variety of clubs including sports, academics, volunteer work, pathways, and hobbies. These clubs wouldn't be possible without the amazing support of our teachers who help supervise them, and our one and only ASB director, Ms. Oliver, who is the backbone of all SADA events. As the end of the school year is quickly coming upon us, we are preparing for AP testing and final season. The juniors have had a head start as they wrapped up AP testing this week, and today they took their SBAC tests. During this time, SADO students are very disciplined and take advantage of Period 8, which is unique to SADO. All students are unscheduled 8th period, so we can attend teacher office hours and seek help on schoolwork. During Period 8, most teachers' classrooms are filled with students studying, asking questions, and working together on projects. Speaking of school ending, as college acceptances are rolling in, I'm happy to announce that one of my peers became the first SADA student to receive an acceptance from MIT. And one of my best friends will be the first to attend the Naval Academy. And we are so proud of all of our students' individual accomplishments, and we couldn't have done it without the great support of our teachers, office staff, counselors, custodial team, cafeteria staff, and our principal, Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman has been an amazing principal over the last 4 years. She ensures everything runs smoothly and truly cares about all 542 SADA students. And personally, she has shown me kindness and support countless of times, and I've witnessed her being there for other students, ranging from being a helping hand on campus to cheering on students in their extracurricular activities. All these people are key to the success of our school and make SADO SADO. After my time at SADO, I am more than happy, grateful, and blessed to be a dragon, and I'm so glad that I get to call SADO home. I couldn't imagine the last 4 years any other way. Thank you to the Board of Education for giving me the opportunity to speak with you all today. If you have any questions about SADO, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
So you mentioned a couple of accomplishments of your peers, but what about your plans for next year?
Next year, I will be attending Azusa Pacific University. I will be going into their direct entry nursing program, so that's where I'll be for the next 4 years.
Fabulous, fabulous. Yeah. Well, congratulations on that. You mentioned your principal, Ms. Coleman. Is there anyone else here you'd like to acknowledge?
Yes, my mom and my grandma are here next to me.
Wonderful. I think we're going to take a break to do a picture. Oh no, sorry, Mr. Miller.
I just had one small but fun comment. First of all, congratulations on your acceptance into APU. It's a great campus. I have many friends who have graduated from there. And I don't know if you heard the news today. They just announced they're going to get a football team. Pretty awesome, right?
Yes, I did,
Yeah,
which is so cool.
There you go.
I'm excited.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, since SADA doesn't have a football team, I'm excited to kind of experience that life and all that.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's
2
very
congratulations are in order then, aren't they?
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to invite you up here, and then we're going to do a photo.
Okay.
So we'll just
Thank you.
take a little pause to do a photo. And now I will direct your attention to the screens for our vision in action.
RSVP stands for Raising Student Voices and Participation. We are the Superintendent Student Advisory Board. So we are tackling our school's equity dilemmas. It's really about partnering with the adults at our schools as the students to deal with these problems that they've already identified and been dealing with for a long time, but they want a student perspective on.
Today we got some students from our Milliken school, students from clubs like presidents, leaders from different backgrounds to kind of get their input on our equity dilemma, which is building a sense of belonging among Latino and Black students. And we kind of got their input on like solutions and what they see around our campus to kind of go back and kind of reconstruct our solution to gear towards student perspectives, because they're who know the best, and then take it to the superintendent so we can collaborate together and actually put our plan into action.
It's important because you never know how a student is feeling. You never know what's truly going on in someone's head. So once you ask those questions and get their insight, it can help make a difference not only for that particular student, but other students just like them.
And I believe our student board member, Alana, has an acknowledgement for Women's History Month.
Yeah, I do. I have two. So one's for Women's History Month and the other is for Developmental Disabilities Month. So I'll read the acknowledgement for Women's History Month first. We celebrate the contributions of women in the past and present who have taken the lead in advocating for change, establishing firmer safeguards, practices, and legislation reflecting the unrelenting efforts of women across the country who recognize that eliminating bias is necessary for a better future. It began as a local celebration in Santa Rosa, California, where the Education Task Force of the Sonoma County Commission on the Status of Women initiated a Women's History Week in 1978. The National Women's History Project, National Women's History Alliance, and other women's organizations and historians advocated for national acknowledgement of the event. Now there's two acknowledgements for Developmental Disabilities Month. The first I'll read is, every year in March, Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month is recognized by a presidential proclamation. The 19th century saw a rise in public awareness about developmental disabilities, both in England and the United States, leading to better treatment and care for individuals with disabilities. This is a great time to celebrate the inclusion of disabled individuals in both civic and social life and to promote the creation of diverse and robust communities. It's also a chance to raise awareness about the various obstacles that people with disabilities still face in achieving self-determination and full societal inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alana. And next on the agenda, we have public testimony on items listed on the agenda. So
We have 18 speakers on items listed on the agenda. And we also have 15 speakers for items not listed on the agenda.
okay.
I motion to allow all speakers to speak and giving them the full 3 minutes.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I mean, they have 3 minutes. We don't have to give them 3 minutes. They have that amount of time where, am I wrong about that?
Yes, you're correct on that, but in the past, when I've motioned, then there's been a request to give them less time. So, but you're right, I didn't have to say that. You're absolutely right, Mr. Otto.
There's been no request to give them less time. I want to make that clear. Yeah, thank you. Ordinarily, a person that speaks to the board has 3 minutes. Ms. Lopez said that she wanted to make sure that everybody got 3 minutes, and I said it was unnecessary because that's what they're allowed.
I think that there's also 30 minutes for all agenda items that aren't, or all items not on the agenda. So I think the motion was intended to extend that time period.
That's correct.
Okay. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Or
I think you've already voted
already
on that.
voted,
we've
Yeah.
already voted?
Yeah, there was just a clarification
A
on that piece.
clarification.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
So that passes, I believe, 5-0?
5-0.
Okay, so we'll get started.
Okay. First speaker is Tanya Uranga.
This is the first chance that the public really gets to speak on the bylaws the final bylaws. And I just want to make note that there were no minutes and there were no votes at the December workshop. But first, let me say that you are not allowing the public adequate time to provide you with feedback on the bylaws, and having to share my 3 minutes with other agenda items is stifling public participation to a degree of censorship. Speaking of censorship, 9032, superintendent concerns about board members can lead to censorship originating from action by the superintendent against an elected board member. LBUSD will be the only agency that I know that if you do not agree or get along with your bosses, you can get them censured. 9033, censorship clauses are too general, petty, and allow for a punishment that does not fit the crime. Board members censured for not adhering to board norms or operating procedures, whatever they are, that appear to change at the whim of the board itself causes conflict and prohibits a board member from doing the job the people elected them to do. 9050, there are laws that spell out conflict of interest codes that are standard in most boardrooms. The board should sign them every year, yes, but why redo them every year? It just does not make sense unless you're tailoring them for one board member after another. And if contributions are a conflict, then every board member supported by TALB has a conflict. 9100, board president should have term limits. Everyone wants their rep to have a chance to be on the board, board president, and the superintendent should not have say in who is the president. Student outcome focused timelines. That's the second item I want to discuss. The timeline is unrealistic and unaccountable as the board can change them anytime without public input. The dates are random. For example, March 2025, the board adopts bylaws. Do you plan to have another public meeting in March, or will this be done behind closed doors as the next public meeting is not until April? April 2025, board members recuse themselves from voting regarding campaign contributions. That leaves at least 3 or 4 members who received money from TALB. How do you pass anything with that? September and October 2026 holds workshops for board candidates. Why? The date is 1 or 2 months before the general election, and they may already be a winner or at most 2 candidates in a runoff after the June primary. Why spend taxpayers' dollars holding a workshop for only 2 people? And given the fact that past superintendents and board members have endorsed candidates, the candidates should report it as an in-kind contribution and report it especially if it's not open to the public and if any advertising or public statements are made or generated from the workshop. The last item is response to immigration enforcement. This document explicitly addresses how law enforcement is handled upon entering school premises. While the document addresses what and how the process will be for communicating with parents and students, its primarily focus is as a safeguard to protect the district from legal action. When you talk about training, by whom will it be external or internal? And hopefully it's a reputable person doing the training, and it will be comprehensive. And number 2, in the case of a restricted judicial warrant, are minors turned over to law enforcement prior to contacting parents or after? And there are more questions as this is developing. Was that?
Thank you.
Okay. What a subtle way. Thank you for.
Our next speaker is Phyllis Arias. Thank you.
Hope you can see me. Good afternoon. My name is Phyllis Arias. I'm a retired faculty member and department head from Long Beach City College, and I'm speaking today as a member of the Education Committee of LULAC Long Beach. There are many parts of your proposed bylaws that we find troublesome. One of these is that the proposed bylaws are more a policy manual than a set of bylaws. I will speak to 3 of these bylaws, which we find particularly egregious and worrisome to us as community members. Board Bylaw 9012, communication between board members and community members. This bylaw is a clear strategy for protecting the district at the expense of board members and for suppressing open communication at the expense of authentic engagement with the community. Doesn't this bylaw contradict your vision and goals regarding two-way community engagement as stated in your implementation timeline? This section further ties the hands of board members in fulfilling their representative role in that it only allows board members to provide feedback to staff without using their own heads to think about issues, collaborate with stakeholders, including the community, and make their own recommendations regarding district policy in an open board meeting. This begs the question then, what is your role? We think all board members should be concerned by this particular bylaw. Board Bylaw 9032, superintendent concerns about board member behavior. Behavior. First of all, the board hires the superintendent, not the other way around. As an employee, if I had concerns about my boss's behavior, as indicated in this bylaw, I couldn't use it to threaten my boss without specific grounds. The term behavior in this bylaw is more than vague and could be used to silence a board member for disagreeing with the superintendent. We already have laws and legal consequences on the books about ethics and harassment that define unacceptable behavior. This bylaw is unnecessary, dangerous, and has no place in a set of board bylaws. Board Bylaw 9033, board member concerns regarding board member behavior. If a board member believes that another board member has violated board norms, ethics, operating procedures, policy, state, or federal law. Like Bylaw 9032, this section is extremely punitive and vague as to what can be considered a concern regarding board member behavior. What the heck are norms? Are they defined in this document? Again, this bylaw could be used to keep fellow board members in line and silenced. Existing California regulations regarding ethics and harassment define unacceptable board behavior, as well as potential consequences for violating that behavior. This bylaw is more punitive and unnecessary. All board members should be concerned about this item as well. Seems to me that many of these bylaws are written for other states, not California, and they seem to be a template from another area. In short, these specific bylaws
Thank
are
you.
undemocratic
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
antithetical
But
antithetical
your
to the
time is up.
representative mandate.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next.
A. Lopez.
On December 7th, I attended the Long Beach Unified School Board meeting where the board members were first set to vote on the board bylaw changes. This meeting was not at the district office, began at 8 a.m., was held on a Saturday, and was advertised as a, quote, special meeting. There is also no record of my public comment from that day, as it appears that none of the public comment was recorded. What was also not recorded, or at least not uploaded on the YouTube that I watched, was a discussion just after the public comment where there was a debate as to whether or not the board was voting on the bylaws that day. While board members and the superintendent attempted to claim that they were not going to vote on the bylaws and rather just workshop a discussion of it, the agenda, which I have a copy of right here, stated otherwise. Legal counsel also confirmed that per the agenda, the bylaws were to be voted on. From then, the superintendent and the board members have worked to pass these bylaws, and I honestly don't doubt you will pass them today. Agenda 16.1 to 16.3. These changes that are being proposed effectively strip the board members of their power over the superintendent. In fact, one may even say that an unelected superintendent will now have the official power over the board. So I ask the board members here, why? Why are you so comfortable giving your voice of your constituents away? The individuals who elected you to represent them. Is it already the norm and therefore just a formality? Is this what happens, already? When the board says they are, quote, student-focused, does that mean that the board absolves their responsibility and puts it on the superintendent? Because not only is this just absolutely a betrayal to your voters, but also the exact opposite of what your job description is. If you don't want your job, just resign. But voting on these changes fundamentally alters our school board. This here is just a microcosm of what's happening on the national level. Voting yes is not only a betrayal to your voters, students, teachers, and parents that elected you, but essentially the democratic system you were elected and swore to serve and protect. With the time I have left, I will read from the public comment that I actually made last time I was here. And I'm going to read the bylaws that I pointed out. Changes to Bylaw 9000, thereby removing language that requires the board to, quote, set policy for evaluation personnel and keeping it to simply evaluation of the superintendent. adding language that, quote, board members refrain from initiating discussions on matters of the board meeting agenda with any of the district staff except the superintendent and general counsel. Change to 9013, effectively restriction when and how board members can visit schools subject to superintendent knowledge. Removing all board members but the board president from reviewing the agenda and placing matters on the agenda. Where board members are limited to one round of questions or comments and up to only 3 minutes to discuss, otherwise they will be censored unlawfully.
Thank you. Next.
Jerlene Tatum.
Good evening. Good evening. Due to that lovely performance earlier, I've had to completely rewrite my comments. Your presentation earlier and the conversation after that motion was passed was very disingenuous. Need to remind you, there are some of us that actually pay attention and actually read and watch what is happening. Just because you raised your voice or leaned farther into the dais did not make what you said true. It only demonstrated your behavior. And so I find it really interesting that there's that was already mentioned, 9032, talking about board members' behavior. Remember, it is us, the voters, that pay attention to yours. A couple things that was said during that lovely performance. The conversation about Strumford outside counsel. If I recall, Strumford served as the counsel of the superintendent for how many years? So I have a question. Who does he actually belong to, the board or the district? Because if so, can he truly be impartial? It was also mentioned about a draft that someone has started writing a draft. Well, when did that happen? And can someone explain why some of these bylaw revisions are identical to San Francisco Unified School District? Oh, it's because the consultant that you're utilizing was on contract with them as well. So it's very disingenuous for you to claim that you wrote bylaws that you did not write when they are somebody else's bylaws. Last time I checked, that was called plagiarism. On December 5th, the meeting, if I recall, board member Benitez called for a recommendation to remove from 900 number 2. Number 2 states, establish an effective, efficient organizational structure for the district by employing the superintendent and setting policy, overseeing the development and adoption of policies, establishing academic expectations, establishing budget priorities, overseeing a whole bunch of other stuff and some parameters. That is the core responsibility of this board. And I know over the last 3 years, I have come and I have read those off from the guidelines that are set by the state of California. So how can I trust that you are going to make a good decision when you've already decided that your core responsibilities are irrelevant and need to be removed? The agenda item should not pass. Again, there are those of us who are watching and paying attention, and clearly you have demonstrated that the voices of the community are irrelevant, because the way these bylaws are written, it is set up to mute any freedom of speech coming from not only the dais, but that of the community. And that means moving forward that none of us will be able to advocate for anything. We will be talking to a bunch of rubber stampers.
Thank you. Next.
Juan Ovalle. Okay. Juan Ovalle. Valle, thank you. Next up, Marianne Drummond.
We have bilingual classes here in Long Beach Unified School District, so it might be good if some of you try it out. Juan Ovalle, thank you, Long Beach board members, for being here and allowing us to speak today. Who knows what will happen next? The community is concerned about your intention to replace the current bylaw document with a revised version. Most residents have not had an opportunity to review such a large document of proposed changes to our bylaws, or to fully understand the ramifications if changed at all. Some of these proposed changes in the revised document appear to have been haphazardly inserted and not well thought out, and create additional questions, as noted by former council member Tonia Uranga and former LULAC member Phyllis Arias. As the old saying goes, haste makes waste. And in this case of changing the Magna Carta of the school district and opening for greater harm, and possibly opening for greater harm than good. Our democratic aspirations as a community have been for decades in a very precarious state. This will not improve that situation. The censor of an elected board member or the ability to oppose issues before the board clearly shows an intent to stifle and hide the ability for constituents to clearly understand and shine a light on questionable policy changes or board decisions through our elected representatives. Clearly, a further erosion of transparency and accountability. The fact that it is being considered today may constitute an egregious use of power by staff and in the case of the superintendent, of course, it also includes you and the board. Moving forward with such capricious actions could open up Long Beach Unified School District to legal challenges to the proposed bylaw changes. Therefore, I request that the board reject items 16.1, 16.3, and all those related to this issue from the agenda and take a step back and think about what you have been tasked to review and look at it with the lens of the democratic principles we all strive to achieve or to reach: equity, fairness, transparency, and if what you desire to leave as a legacy to the next generations, or is it just to appease special interests or political paybacks, or to save face when challenged with common sense ideas or ideals on how to best improve governance at Long Beach Unified School District? Thank you. And I will cede my time to the next speaker.
Thank you, but that's not how it works. Each speaker gets 3 minutes. You cannot yield your time to anyone else. So
Okay.
next on the list.
Marianne Drummond, followed by Yesenia Barron.
Good evening. My name is Marianne Drummond. I've just been, regarding the board policy for immigration response, right? I did look at that when it went out. I went directly to places in there that were going to inform me about what to expect or what I need to do, right? I've certainly think a lot about this, personally speaking. And I was chagrined that it doesn't give much guidance there, right? And maybe puts a pin in what training might be. I heard somebody mention that. And then somebody sent me an example from Chicago, which was phenomenal. The resources and the training piece. I'd be glad to forward that if people have not seen that. But I'm really asking for a comprehensive training for teachers. And then, and it kind of like a clear timeline. This is kind of happening quickly, right? There is an urgency here. And details about the trainers. And then there's we want to advocate for a real-time alert system that goes out that also, like supports preventing panic and supports a strategic response. And just to, I think generally speaking for sure about the ICE administrative warrants, right? They're like own little permission slip. That those would be rejected outright, and that there should absolutely be a legal consultation if anybody is like if there is a bench warrant, right? I just think about these people coming in without a name, right? Not giving their name, oftentimes masked. Absconding with one of the minors in my room when I'm parent ad litem. No, like I'm getting arrested. So I'd like some guidance here when this is happening quickly, and it does feel really viscerally urgent. It certainly is. We need to really loop around together and come up with a strategy about this, that they cannot be absconding with our vibrant, beautiful people. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Next up, Yesenia Barron. Yesenia Barron, followed by Jordan Davis.
Good evening, Good evening, members of the board and fellow attendees. My name is Yesenia Barron, and I am a senior at Long Beach Poly High School and a student leader with Californians for Justice. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the board for their consideration in constructing a policy that protects the education of students in LBUSD regardless of their background. Yet, examining the new immigration policy, the Long Beach Unified School District has taken a step, establishing a concrete line. Yet, as much as a step it has been, the policy still has much more room for improvement. Today, I would like to propose some questions to the board in terms of the clarity of the newfound policy. As outlined in subsections, monitoring and receiving visitors on campus and responding to on-campus immigration enforcement. Both sections elaborate on district personnel being held responsible in the presence of ICE. While the policy suggests them to notify the district council and other designated district officials, there's no written consequence regarding if district personnel is to cross such guidelines, nor a definitive binding them towards the update. Yet by equipping our staff with the proper training and having district staff deny all administrative warrants outright, this would be a step closer to safety. Additionally, if we were to introduce having recorded footage of any interaction with all law enforcement, including federal immigration officers, we'd be able to establish a concrete line of security-free bias, which would demonstrate the district's true commitment to all their students. Focusing on subsection responding to hate crimes and bullying, while the district works to establish a firm process of receiving complaints and investigating discrimination and bullying based on one's background, I ask the board to truly take a moment to consider what is punishable under this policy. Rather than generalize this topic today, I present to the board a real experience throughout the experience of a student in Long Beach. I had watched my principal defend the students who mocked the way I spoke, mocked the way I was different because I looked different. In his eyes, it was innocent. It was a small joke that later led to the eventual thoughts of suicide and depression, which grew to be my high school experience. I didn't care for rallies, games, or dances. Instead, I begged the world to end the long-lasting pain within myself for someone to one day listen. This is not a story. This is a real experience that real-time students are experiencing. Looking into recent experiences with what happened at Cabrillo the other day, I want you to truly take into serious matters how discrimination is affecting our students and how we as a community can introduce this topic to the classroom and notify our students of what is going on in the world, whether through announcements, presentations, overall just educating our students and teachers, many of our teachers who don't even know updates of the policy. Please make sure that awareness is your main importance to protect our students and to protect their lives, to keep a student from ending their life because of injustice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jordan Davis, followed by Alina Jean-Baptiste.
Good evening, member of the board and fellow attendees. My name is Faith Jordan Davis. I'm a ninth grader at Polytechnic High School and a student leader with Californians for Justice. Recently, there has been a change in policies around resources for immigrants and people that are undocumented on the district website. I appreciate the updates, but the information is not brought up enough, meaning there's not really much of a change on campus. I say this because even though I have not seen ICE on campus, there are a lot of people in my circle that don't know what to do if or when ICE shows up at their house or in school. People should be more aware of these things and the resources that are available to them. As a Black woman, I know what it's like to feel like nobody's in your corner or to feel like nobody's around you to help. The same way I have friends who are scared of ICE is the same way I get nervous around the police, knowing I could get took or killed just because of how I look. I simply feel like making the website is not enough, and it needs to be more publicized and talked about, not only for my family and friends and I, but for everyone's in here too. I demand that measures as assemblies, I demand that measures such as assemblies or just simply being taught in class are really important and much more effective in spreading the word. Not all people have access to computers at home, which is a bigger reason to make things known. I also demand that staff and the people on campus go through a training on what to do if they see something going on involving ICE and or something that puts a student in danger or harm's way. I demand there will be a system on phones when ICE is around or near, like how there's an alarm if someone gets taken. I look forward to hearing about this in schools and also seeing a difference in schools and my surroundings. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you.
Alina Jean-Baptiste, followed by Maddox Harris.
Good evening, members of the board, executive staff, and fellow attendees. My name is Alina Jean-Baptiste. I'm a senior at Long Beach Poly and a statewide strategy intern for Californians for Justice. 4 weeks ago, I and many of my peers stood before you to ask you to strengthen your sanctuary policy for immigrant students in the Long Beach Unified School District. You listened and you answered. I recently watched the Deputy Superintendent's message after our comments on February 17th, and I'd like to agree with the statements made about the Standing in Solidarity page on the LBUSD website. I know for a fact that I and so many other students, staff, and faculty had no idea what resources were made available to us. And while it's not necessarily a particular person's fault, it's a fault that should be addressed. Resources are useless if not used. I'd like to also address the fact that in terms of policy that is on the district website, and also the specific policy that talks about collecting student immigration information, the wording is unclear, and it says, although enrollment for the district does not require immigration information, the wording is unclear and it should be made clearer. People who do not read policy every day or may not have English as a first language may unwillingly provide that information. And though the district may not do anything about it, it's there and it's out in the open if they do. I ask that you clarify this information and making it increasingly well known. Since February 17th, the conditions of this city and of this country have not changed, and if anything, they've worsened. The threat of immigration enforcement is ever imminent. Students stay home from school with the threat of ICE raids, maybe not on campus, but on their way to the bus or on their way to their part-time jobs after school. So as I stand before you here today, I ask that you make your incredibly good work known. I ask that you maintain the steps that you've made. I ask that you connect with teachers, wellness centers, and faculty directly so that they can inform their students about the work you've done. I also ask that you connect with the leaders of your high school associated student bodies. I ask that you work with students to get their input on resources you have and ask for their opinions on ones that you might lack. Immigration rights and resources are never-ending issues. And in today's political climate, a climate in which our president is calling for the impeachment of judges who rule against his deportation plans, conditions for an essential part of our community are ever evolving and our support needs to adapt. It doesn't stop here. So please listen and help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maddox Harris, followed by Riley Hildreth.
Good evening, members of the board and fellow attendees. I am Maddox Harris, and I am a 12th grader at Poly High School, a student leader of Californians for Justice. I'm here to address the issue of recent immigration policies and their effect on students through a poem titled ABCs. Around the block, cities are demanding equality for foreign groups of historically marginalized immigrants. Justice in the form of knowledge is making new steps toward immigrant rights progress. To quote the Immigration Resources Statements, LBUSD offers financial aid toward all students for college, whether or not undocumented, but even with this aid or scholarship, families can still end up with their collars ripped. We are viable to violence. Afraid of clashing xylophone notes found in sirens, the youth need more than red cards, knowledge, and a little kindness. Zines, pamphlets, and links might be digestible, but we need you to act along with nonprofits because we're ICE susceptible. Act not as bystanders, but with the community as danger continues to encounter them. FERPA is floundering as the president ganders immigrants and creates propaganda surrounding them. You say hate crimes require immediate action, but what happens when a staff's judgment begins relaxing? The key word being accountability. Let me see how you necessitate ongoing policies with consequences honestly. The quality of your reply is a start toward uniting the Venn diagram between immigrants within society. But there is still work to be done. We have not won the war. So before you get comfortable, I implore you to explore the fears that come with the immigrant news scoreboard. We are youth yearning with zeal. We are youth speaking about how we feel. We are youth yearning with zeal. A is for allocating answers and advice through announcements when injustice arises. B is for breaking barriers that branch out as byproducts of our environment. C is for a change in clarity that coincides with our children, and consultation a requirement. The necessity of this issue is as simple as the ABCs. You have made policies from our pleas and supposedly believe your duty is to protect our peace. I demand you to prevent the arresting of student bodies on campuses of this district. I demand that you avert ICE bodies from schools under all circumstances. I demand that you extend your arm as a barrier between conviction and detention policies. Act in our best interest and do it honestly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Riley Hildreth, followed by Ebony Winters.
Good evening, members of the board and fellow attendees. I'm Riley Hildreth, a 10th grader at Poly High School representing Californians for Justice. I'm here to address the new policies that the board has proposed to protect our undocumented students and families. While I am aware and appreciative that the school district has made efforts like making resources available on its website, we are still concerned about the accessibility of these resources. We are grateful that many students have gained crucial knowledge of their resources and rights, but many students also have not. A large portion of the material that the district sent out is digital, making this unable to reach those who don't have computers or internet at home. Without these resources at home, students cannot access the district website, making most of the resources sent out, like the links to organizations, informational videos, and step-by-step instructions for families to protect themselves, are non-digestible. Furthermore, we urge the district to continue clear communication with parents, guardians, and students. The district needs to implement more attainable ways for these resources and information to reach all students, like assemblies during school in which all students are gathered together and receive the same information. Rallies at lunch and even announcements in the mornings are also great starts. Students are the real experts in their own school experience, and we demand that the board listen to us and enforce flexible and accessible ways for all students to receive information and not be overlooked like we have in the past. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ebony Winters, followed by Damia Guerrero.
Hello, members of the board and attendees. I'm Ebony Winters, a 10th grader at Poly High School and a student leader at Californians for Justice. I'm here today to address the policies and resources displayed on the district website. I am grateful you have put in the effort and acknowledged student and family needs. Reading the website, I have some questions and concerns about the accessibility and even the digestibility of this information. Granted that many students and families don't have readily access to digital information, these resources need to be more prominent in schools. Red cards in classrooms, informational videos in classrooms, campus announcements to inform students about all these new resources. If a student or their family is unaware of the resources or help, the student may still be going to school in fear of ICE. If I had never went to the district's website to look deeply into these resources, I wouldn't have known about any of the efforts that have been put in. I haven't been presented with this information during class. I haven't seen any posters or informational boards around my campus, and I haven't heard anything from administrative staff. In summary, These resources need to be on our campuses, whether in the form of assembly, announcements, mandated videos, and more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Damia Guerrero, followed by Maya Garcia.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I am Damaya Guerrero, a 10th grader student at Poly High School and a student leader at Californians for Justice. We are here today to discuss the impact of policies on immigrant and undocumented students and families within our district. We appreciate the work that you've put into these policies, but we still have some pressing questions and concerns. Our concern is whether the district is truly committed to the promises made in these policies. In the past, many of our demands have been overlooked, and we want to make sure this time our voices are being truly heard. We recognize that these policies are new, but we as students who are directly affected want to offer our perspectives and help ensure that they address our needs. We ask that you take our experiences as we navigate these difficult times because we are the ones living through it. We urge you to implement assemblies to raise awareness of the issues happening in front of us. It's essential that students are informed and aware of the events unfolding in our communities. Additionally, the district needs to explore more flexible and accessible ways to provide resources and share information with all students, especially those who may not have access to electronics like computers and phones at home. We propose the creation of physical red cards for these students as a way to provide critical information when necessary. Furthermore, we believe there should be a system in place to notify students when ICE is on campus, as this is a serious matter for our peers. It is important that we acknowledge the lives of immigrants, and not just in America, but right here in our neighborhoods, who are being taken away from their families and loved ones. It is injustice and inhumane to target individuals simply because of their immigration status. I know that if I were in this situation, I would feel lost and terrified, and I would need support from my community. In closing, we ask that you take this time to genuinely communicate with students and their guardians to ensure that these policies are truly working for us and our families. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
J.C. Bell, followed by Jedi Jimenez.
Good evening, members of the board and fellow students. My name is Maya Garcia. I'm a youth leader at Californians for Justice, and I'm representing Orale. I'm a sophomore at Polytechnic High School. I am currently in the Beach Pathway. A small background about me. I am a Latina who was born and raised in Long Beach, California. I was always protected by my mother, who made sure I was getting the life that I deserved and protected me from this scary and dangerous world. She rarely speaks about our family history, but when she did, she told me a beautiful story about my grandmother moved to California to start a new life. She hoped her children would never have to live what she went through growing up back in Mexico. But now I am here to speak on and tell you on the behalf of the students along with their parents who have their voices taken away because of fear of being deported. Because these meetings are recorded and that are recorded live and uploaded onto the Long Beach Unified School District YouTube channel, knowing that if somebody could recognize them, they will report them to ICE. When Trump first went into office, I noticed that all my classrooms were very empty. The campus felt empty with the lively Hispanic students who walked by me on my way to class weren't there anymore. First, it didn't hit me until the news was showing up on my social media platforms. ICE was coming onto school campuses around the state. And I told myself that could never happen to us. I was lying to myself to protect myself from the hard, cold truth that it could happen to us. Now, I want to make sure that these students can get their education and never get a call from somebody that their parents are arrested or their parents are getting called that their children got arrested. I believe the school should have a system that gives immediate text or email to parents when ICE is spotted on school campuses, along with students being notified through Canvas as well. To add on, school needs to imply a real-time alert system to inform trusted communities, organizations like Orale when ICE agents are on campus. Another thing the school needs is telling students along with parents about in-person meeting so they can know their rights. I'm aware that you guys have been telling about these type of meetings, but they're not always hybrid and not announced enough. Some parents do not have Canvas accounts set up or have a phone or even have internet at home. So as a school district, you guys need a way to tell the parents that they are unable to go online to find this information. Thank you for... Sorry. I'm trying to find where I'm. Oh, okay, there we go. I found my spot. Sorry. Oh yeah. So, okay, like I will restate, parents do not have their Canvas account set up either, and they do not have internet at home. So I believe that the school district needs a way to tell parents to get this information so they can be able to see it in person. So that's what I am asking the district to do. Thank you for listening to what the students need to feel protected at school, and I hope that you guys will follow through. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
J.C. Bell, followed by Jedi Jimenez.
Okay. Can we hear me? All right. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Giselle Bell, and I am the lead organizer for Californians for Justice. As the daughter of a Filipina immigrant mother and a Black father, as well as a former student at LBUSD, I'm happy for the opportunity to speak today on an issue that weighs heavily on our community, which is the criminalization of youth and the presence of U.S. immigration and custom enforcement on our campuses. So this is an issue that not only affects the safety and well-being of our students, but also the core values you strive to uphold as an institution dedicated to learning, equity, and inclusion. During this time, it is important to stress solidarity between the communities, meaning LGBTQ, Black, Brown, disabled, etc. That solidarity is crucial. This fight against ICE raids is part of a broader fight against oppressive systems that harm all marginalized people, regardless of race or immigration status. I'm grateful for the steps the district has taken in regards to this matter, but I would be remiss if I did not mention that the current steps taken are only the beginning. Supporting immigrant rights is an essential part of supporting Black people because it challenges systems of power that disproportionately affect both communities. Immigrants, particularly those from Black and African diasporic communities, often experience racial profiling, police brutality, exploitation, similar to the injustices also faced by Black Americans. So standing up for immigrant rights means standing up for human dignity, equity, and justice for everyone. So I implore the district to take more steps in creating comprehensive training for teachers and admins around these updates and overall protections from policing and discrimination for all students. There should also be a commitment from the district moving forward to see the students as collaborators in this work when it comes to policies that directly impact them and their safety at school. So let us continue to come together to create a culture where everyone may be acknowledged and steps are taken more often to address the overall needs of all our students. We are in a critical moment in time, and it is important we do not allow this pressure and the attacks in our communities to divide us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Jedi Jimenez. I'm the director for the Brothers, Sons, Selves Coalition, working to reshape the narrative of boys and young men of color and influencing a public policy that promotes positive outcomes and alternatives to incarceration in LA County. So I'm speaking, on this immigration issue and expressing our solidarity with the LBUSD students, all our organizations that are here present today, Californians for Justice, Orale, and so many other organizations who are, supporting our students who are facing a lot of these attacks and our families as well. I'm a concerned community member as well, and also a product of LBUSD, especially as a son of an immigrant mother who came to this country from the Philippines to provide a better life for her children. To all the school board members, I don't know about y'all, but I know how it feels to have my own uncles and family members be picked up and taken by ICE, and the trauma that has carried over through generations. And it was a normal thing growing up. It was my reality. It was our reality with the peers that I grew up with. Along with many of our students and community organizations that are here, we demand that LBUSD do more to further protect students in our schools and communities by providing comprehensive staff training, implementing an alert system to inform trusted community organizations who are on the ground, like Orale, when ICE are on campus, and strengthening the protection also by commitment to the ongoing collaboration with community, with students and their families. So it's important now than ever to stand with our immigrant communities, our Black, Brown, Native and Indigenous, Southeast Asian, Pacific Islander students. These attacks on our youth and our families are real, and we cannot sit in silence any longer. We will continue to stand strong for our communities, all of our organizations who are present here today. And it's up to you all as board members to ensure our schools and students are fully protected and will not surrender to ICE, to their tactics and their anti-immigrant schemes and attacks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, board members. My name is Fernando. I am the community lawyer with Orale. First and foremost, I want to thank the board and LBUSD staff for hearing us previously and drafting updated board policy regarding the district's response to immigration enforcement. The board's attention is very much appreciated. In reviewing the updated policy, I just wanted to urge the following. Clarity and communication to parents and or guardians to ensure that they understand that consent to any information requests is voluntary, and that that they may deny those requests absent a judicial warrant or a subpoena. So ensuring that that is clear for them. Also ensuring that if a judicial warrant is presented and that district staff must consult with the district's legal counsel or designated administration prior to providing immigration enforcement access to any persons or materials. Also, when presented with an administrative warrant, requiring district staff to deny their request outright without any additional steps. In addition, requiring video recording for any interactions with immigration enforcement instead of permitting it through language like may, so ensuring that they are required to record. Also including a provision facilitating the sharing of any documentation of interactions with immigration enforcement with impacted district community members so that they may use it as required potentially for deportation proceedings or anything that may result from those interactions with immigration enforcement. And I wanted to take a moment to also thank you for your continued attention to this matter. And I urge the board to vote on adopting updates to policy as well as our suggestions at the next board meeting. And before I finish, I just wanted to let folks know that the next speaker requires interpretation, so that could be provided for her. That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
This will be our last speakers on agenda items. Rebecca Ibanez.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Rebeca Ibáñez. Estoy aquí para hacer una abogacía como madre de familia y también mis hijos que asisten en el distrito de Long Beach. Para mí es muy importante levantar mi voz porque siento que hay mucha necesidad en el distrito y hay cosas que como padres de familia no sabemos nuestros derechos.
My name is Rebecca Ibanez. I am here to make a plea for all my family and our kids that are in the district, in the Long Beach Unified School District. For me, it is really important to raise my voice because I feel there is a lot of need in the district and there are things that as parents, we don't know about our rights.
El motivo de que estoy aquí es para representar mi comunidad del distrito escolar, es para que el distrito escolar fortalezca su política sobre la presencia de ICE en las escuelas. El lenguaje actual con respecto a órdenes judiciales establecido que sí es posible que el personal de distrito consultara con el asesor legal o el administrador designado del distrito.
The reason I am here is because I am representing my community from the district, from the school district, and I want the school district to strengthen their policy over the presence of ICE in the schools. the actual language with respect to the judicial orders established, it is possible the district personnel will consult with legal counsel or with the assigned administrator from the district. But
Sí. Pero el personal del distrito debe comunicarse con el asesor legal o administrador designado del distrito, tal como se requiere con las órdenes administrativas y citaciones.
but the district should adopt a policy in which the district personnel should communicate with the legal counsel or the assigned administrator from the district, such as required with the administrative orders and citations.
Yo me siento un respaldo por las organizaciones comunitarias que he sido parte de varias y más. Y me hace sentir segura que esas organizaciones que han apoyado en la comunidad sepan qué es lo que está pasando. Le pido al distrito escolar a implementar un sistema de notificación inmediata que alerte a las organizaciones comunitarias de confianza sobre la presencia de agentes de ICE en el campus por cualquier motivo.
I feel the support from community organizations. I have been part of several, and I feel safe with these organizations that have supported the community and that they know what it's like, what we are going through. I asked the school district to implement a system of immediate notification to alert our community organizations that we trust about the presence of ICE agents in the campus for any reason.
Esta transparencia crucial permitir a las organizaciones comunitarias movilizar recursos rápidamente y al mismo tiempo gestionar el flujo de información a través de mensajeros de confianza. Cuando las familias se enteran de la presencia de ICE a través de rumores o redes sociales, cuyo pánico, pero cuando la información proviene de voces comunitarias establecidas, además en canales oficiales, transformamos el miedo a una respuesta estratégica.
This crucial transparency permits our community organizations to mobilize fast resources and at the same time to release the information through messengers that we trust. When the families find out about ICE, the presence of ICE through rumors or social media, that's when we have panic. But when the information is provided through community voices, also through official channels, we transform that fear into a strategic response.
Thank you.
Thank you. And how many speakers do we have on items not listed on the agenda?
I believe we have 15.
President Carrigan, before we go to items not listed on the agenda, Dr. Baker, separate from our forthcoming discussion on our immigration policy, I think one of the important things that our speakers brought up was accessibility to the resources and information. And red cards were mentioned. So I think it's important to remind our level head offices, but more importantly, our school site staff that our community is either not aware of or not able to access many of the resources that I know we have. Can we make sure to follow up, all hands on deck? Because I think it's frustrating to hear that students and families and community members are either not aware or not able to access the resources, the information, the support that we have.
I noticed that we had staff members taking notes during the public comment, so I know that there were a lot of very helpful suggestions.
Yeah, and actually, Dr. Brown will do, when we get to that item on the agenda, she will talk about some of the actions that have been taken since the last meeting that were based on student feedback at that time.
Okay.
15 speakers on non-agenda items.
Okay, we'll do that, and then we'll have a break.
That's me. More Germezi.
Good evening. Sorry. My name is Moore Germezi. I'm a speech language pathologist at Powell Academy. Before I start, I just want to say the students were amazing. Keep fighting the fight. I just wanted to come with some data and information about speech language pathology because I feel like a lot of people just don't really know what we do. I wanted to point out that the entry level is a master's degree. To be an SLP, you have to have a master's degree. Our coursework includes things like anatomy, craniofacial anomalies, neurology, phonetics, and more. We're certified to work with humans all the way from birth to death, so the entire age range in a variety of settings such as schools, hospitals, clinics, private practices. There is an SLP shortage, so I have some data from a paper that was published in April 2023 by Morante et al., and then some information from ASHA. ASHA is the American Speech, Language, and Hearing Association. It's the credentialing association that credentials speech language pathologists and audiologists, and that's over 241,000 professionals. There was a study where 453 SLPs were surveyed, and that data showed that 54% reported unmanageable caseloads. A 2018 ASHA survey found that 54% of SLPs reported that there were more job openings than those seeking jobs. The teacher shortage areas nationwide listing has SLPs considered as part of the shortage for more than 40 states and multiple consecutive years. Occupational stress and burnout are among the top reasons for attrition in school setting SLPs and teachers. When one is challenged with long periods of high demands and low resources, they're less likely to complete required tasks, and it leads to burnout. Special ed teachers in general and support staff are at higher risk for job burnout and changing career intentions, which directly affects this district and our students. There's a negative relation between a special education educator's level of burnout with the quality of IEPs, adherence to interventions, and the rate at which students meet their IEP goals. So it also has a direct impact on our students. The top reason for burnout is a demanding workload that is at a higher than the national average caseload. And then I just wanted to end on two quotes that I really liked from the research that I read. The first one is, school-based SLPs have ever-growing roles and responsibilities, but somewhat static working conditions. And if a school-based SLP perceives their workload to be unmanageable, they are more likely to feel more stress and burnout symptoms. And I just wanted to also say that Amy, our previous department head, and Jessica, our current one, have been amazing at providing support for us, but we need support for more than just the speech department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tanya Uranga.
I'm also representing LULAC LBC Council 3309. I'm here to talk about the student outcome focused governance process that you have chosen to ensure that you are student outcome focused, and which is supposed to result in increasing the dismal numbers that too many of our students are experiencing. Students, especially at risk, need teachers, counselors, and supplies that will engage and help them succeed. Students struggle to graduate and may never have the opportunity to go to a four-year institution because their school is not worthy enough to have an adequate number of A through G courses offered in the schools they attend. This board and others across California have brought into the student outcome-focused SOFG governance idea, which has bought into the idea, which appears to have been developed by a person with no college degrees, no expertise, yet pushing a system that has not been evaluated and proven. This governance process is taking up board members' time and energy, while the real issue of student declining performance numbers goes unattended. You are joining a group of other districts who have paid or will end up paying hundreds of dollars in many cases for a governance process which so far caused nothing but chaos in the community. If our student performance numbers do not improve under this new governance structure, two things can happen. One, you can change the goals and the guardrails and the timelines at any time to suit the lack of performance, and or two, it is designed so that the board, which is responsible for the outcomes, turn on each other using a draconian and punitive process of censure for those who do not go along with the cover-up. Yes, the board is where the buck stops. However, it is the superintendent that oversees the teachers, counselors, and staff that work directly with the students to get these outcomes. Instead of holding the supervisor accountable for a performance, this process focuses on the board. The process does not give you the tools to improve student scores, since you cannot visit the schools, speak to the counselors or teachers and staff, and limits your public communication. So you really don't know why students are not succeeding, because you have to rely on one person, the superintendent, to tell you what's going on. Instead, it holds you accountable for an outcome you cannot oversee. The superintendent should be accountable for the outcomes because they oversee the staff. And instead of speaking with parents, students, staff, and community, who should be front and center in the district, board members are kept busy with timelines, guardrails, coaches, goals, committees, and a whole lot of other time-consuming BS. Free yourselves from this overly administrative process and do your job to represent the community, the schools, and the parents in your district. This process does nothing but make you the scapegoat for a governance system that keeps you further away from the community and the schools you should be serving. SOFG is undemocratic, prevents board members from holding the district accountable. The model is inflexible, and you should only use portions of the SOFG process that relates to our district, or don't use it at all. I thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Dallas Emerly, followed by Lisa Lavelle.
Hey, everyone's phone's on silent, right? They better not all go off at once again. Hello, members of the board. My name is Dallas Emerle. I am a labor relations representative for CSEA Chapter 2. That's the union that represents your custodians, maintenance workers, nutrition service workers, front office staff, dozens of other classifications. And we're here today because on Monday we were supposed to have a meeting with our superintendent, Dr. Baker. There were a variety of topics that we were hoping to discuss during that. We have multiple unfair labor practice charges ongoing right now with the district. We have a information request that's delinquent since February that was sent out back in December that's legally binding. We have fewer and fewer instructional aides in classrooms, more and more agency aides that are untrained. But we didn't have this meeting because CSEA was informed that we would need to pay in order to meet with the superintendent. In case you didn't hear that, we were informed that the lowest paid employees in this school district would need to cut a check to the district in order to sit down and meet with this district's chief executive. For the reasoning why this was being enforced, we were told that this is the ongoing practice here. And we were told that specifically that practice was that if CSEA requested a meeting with management, that CSEA would have to pay for employees to be released for that meeting, right? And we would hope that the superintendent would express an interest in the viewpoints and experiences of classified employees enough to request such a meeting directly from them. But that request didn't come. That request was made by classified employees and then was used as a cudgel to demand that classified employees shoulder the financial burden of holding such a meeting, which is not a huge burden for the district because we sincerely doubt that for those two employees, substitutes would have even been gotten for that period. We're disappointed to see that the district prioritized what's a very paltry sum of money over building this collaborative relationship. But I also want to say we met today with Steve Rockenbach from Employee Relations and discussed the issue at length. And I thought it was a tremendously productive, informative discussion. And I appreciated Steve sitting down with us and taking the time to elucidate his viewpoint, hear our viewpoint. We want to have the same kind of relationship with our superintendent, but it's going to need to be free of charge. Until that time, everyone gets 3 minutes at the board meeting. That doesn't cost a dime. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Lavelle, followed by Trinita Renfro.
Good evening, everyone. Lisa Lavelle, Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Avalon. just wanted to express my thanks to the board for creating the space for our citizens to be able to attend the board meeting remotely and be able to not have to take the boat as I was doing last year to see you guys, and stay overnight and rent a car and get a hotel room. It makes a big difference for us. I really do want to extend my personal thanks to the school staff that are here this evening to allow this to happen. I'm hoping that we'll see some greater attendance from our community as this moves forward. And thank you for your time. I did want to send out an offer. I know this is a lot of personal time they're utilizing as staff, and wanted to offer that if you need a volunteer to cover one of these meetings a month, I'd be happy to sit here and do that for you. So please let me know if I can help with that. I also did want to speak to some of the comments made tonight in general about the state of our democracy and how the city of Avalon could help be an advocate for Long Beach Unified School District. Please let us know how we can help. Seeing some of the reports today of threats of, or even actions of gutting the Department of Education and what those services provide to our community, we know how imperative it is to not let that happen. So we ask that you please let us know how we can advocate. We're happy to spend time doing that, myself personally, our council in general, and thank you for also representing your students and community. I wanted to let you know that there is a community resource fair happening in Avalon on April 24th. We will have a number of local, county, state, and federal tables for assistance, and also have some immigration rights assistance at that resource fair. And this will hopefully be an ongoing resource fair that happens twice a year now in conjunction with our local Catalina Island Health Medical Center. Finally, I just want to say thank you to each of the speakers that are in your audience tonight, speaking up in support of immigrants' rights and safety, speaking up in support of free speech, and speaking up in support of the democratic process. I think that as citizens now more than ever, it's integral that we continue to speak up, use our voices, and make ourselves heard when and where we can for the sake of our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Trinita Renfro, followed by Katie Jarnetowski.
Members of the board, again, my name is Trinita Renfro. I have served the district and the community as an instructional aide at Long Beach Poly for 16 years. As we know, on Monday, a meeting was scheduled between the members and CSEA and the superintendent, Jill Baker. This meeting was ultimately canceled as the district demanded that CSEA, the union, which represents the lowest paid members at Long Beach Unified School District, pay to attend the meeting. We were given no explanation for the insulting requirements besides ongoing practice. We would hope that the district values its relationship with its classified employees enough to seek out a chance to meet and collaborate. It is deeply disappointing to see this is not the case. The cost of releasing 2 employees for an hour is very low, but this is not the matter of cost. It is a matter of respect. CSEA remains committed to building a cooperative partnership with LBUSD as soon as the superintendent is prepared to meet with our members free of charge, and we'll be ready to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Katie?
Hello all, my name is Katie Jarnetowski. I'm a speech language pathologist with Long Beach Unified School District. I am one of a team of special education providers who support our highest need students. In order to be here, I completed a master's degree in communication disorders. I got a credential from the CTC. I have a license with the state of California and a certificate of clinical competence from ASHA, our national association. I'm going to share some information on what it looks like to be a speech language pathologist here in Long Beach School District. Special education teachers case carry and serve between 8 and 18 students in a special day class, and resource specialists serve up to 28 students. While SLPs provide therapy services, complete special education assessments, and case manage anywhere from 41 to 78 students. In addition, SLP's lesson plan for the 5 areas of receptive and expressive language pragmatics, articulation, stuttering, voice, and augmentative and alternative communication. We service all campus grade levels and preschool students who are not yet attending campus. We document treatment targets and outcomes for every single session for every single student. We program, manage, and train in the use of communication devices. We provide multi-tiered interventions for students without IEPs. We supervise assistants and grad students. We write multi-page reports, draft and attend IEP meetings, in addition to attending on-campus duties, staff meetings, and open house. In 2024, a single elementary speech-language pathologist could be seen to attend 90 IEP meetings, exceeding over 20 hours for just 63 students. They provide 55 weekly therapy sessions with groups of 2 to 12 students. They completed 21 speech-language assessments and managed 25 communication devices, which were used in up to 75% of total speech-language therapy sessions. All simply put, speech therapists are expected to do it all. And we do this without substitutes available when we get sick or injured. I'm here requesting that equitable workload management be written into the contract, as the union is working with the district with our new bargaining agreement, and an updated job description to outline what is actually essential for us to be doing for our students. In addition, I would like to thank the board, the chief technology officer, and everyone else who helped support the augmentative communication team. Because now, since I spoke at the February 4th meeting, 11 more of my students have
I'm sorry,
access
but
to
your time
communication
is up.
devices.
Thank you.
Aaron Bailila.
My name is Aaron Balila. From the last board meeting I was here, and even the current one, much of what you guys spoke about was about the magnificent work that you guys do. Contrary to what you guys say, it's far from the truth. On the 5th of March, I was here, and I let you guys know that you guys were falsifying district testing. My son was not the only one in his class where the score was altered. There were 5 other students. To date, nobody has reached out to me since March. Nobody's reached out to me since December to give me the actual scores. According to Public School Review on 2/25/25, who uses sources from the National Center for Educational Statistics and California Department of Education, schools that are in your top 20, on average, 50% of those kids can read and do math according to their grade level. In schools within your district that falls within the 21 to 32 ranking, on average, 40% of those kids can read and do math at their grade level. Leaving the last 50 schools, on average, 30% can do math, read, or even science. In schools ranking 32 to 82, the numbers get worse and increase 70% of kids who can't read, do math, or science, according to the grade level, and continues to increase the closer you get to the bottom. LBUSD is made up of 88% minorities. That means if you're not in the top 20% of the school, as a minority, you are adversely affected. To make it clear, that means in schools ranked 21 through 36 in a class of 24, our children 14 to 15, or 60% of our children cannot read, do math, or science. 6 or 25% of that same class can read, do math, and science according to their grade level, and 3 or 4 are above their grade level. At 37 through 39, the schools on this number becomes 70%, which means 17 of our children can't read, do math, or science. 4 of our children can read, do math, or science, and 3 can do math, science, and read above their grade level. LBUSD ranks 717 out of 1,941 schools within the District of California. How are children getting quality education? By these numbers alone, it's clear that you guys are complacent with the de facto segregated school districts based upon socioeconomic statuses. This was something that's been unconstitutional since Mendez versus Westminster and the Brown and the Board of Education. What you guys are doing is illegal, unconstitutional, and improperly wasting our tax
but
dollars.
your time is up. Thank you.
Brandon Blair, followed by Lisa Florando.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon Blair, and I've worked with the district for over 25 years. I was going to read from what I was going to, my speech earlier, but I'm extremely concerned with, let's just start with the board. As people are talking up here, I'm just watching. Some people are writing, not paying attention. This is community members that vote you on, correct? A lot of concerned community members here who vote you on. I'm not even going to talk about what I came to talk about. This is ridiculous. The smartest things that have been said out of this room has been said by students. That shows the great things that come out of our school district, right? But it also highlights the miserable things that come out of our school district, like lack of collaboration, right? Communication problems. If we have to pay to collaborate with the superintendents or any part of leadership, are we doing our jobs effectively? What part of community-based collaborations means pay to play? I know Taub has a very good relationship with the union. Why doesn't CSEA? Does that mean that our classified staff isn't as important as our teachers? I beg to differ, because our schools are imploding, right? They're being held together by our classified staff. As much as our teachers and our principals, thank you, but as much as our teachers and our principals want to say that they're the ones holding them together, step out from behind the desk and put boots on the ground and come talk to us. We'll point it out to you. My friend, Mr. Emerly, he spoke about legal binding things that the district has been hiding since December that we're requesting. Whose job is that? Do we care? We can take our union dues and we can do as much as we can with it for you to turn your back and say, we don't even want to hear you. And then we tell these young ladies and gentlemen who come up here or come meet and collaborate that we're going to do exactly what it is they tell us that they want us to do. And then they come up here and tell you the most primitive thing, that not every student has access to the internet at home. I'm pretty sure all of you do. Talk to the Williams lawsuit people about, does everyone have access? No. But we already know that fundamentally. So let's just do better.
Thank you. Next.
Lisa Florando, followed by Claudia Yella.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Florendo, and I'm a speech language pathologist, also known as an SLP. This is my 13th year with the district. I'm here today to share the scope of practice and duties of a school-based SLP. SLPs have undergone rigorous steps to become an SLP. We have our master's, passed a praxis exam, completed a clinical fellowship, have a state license, and a certificate of clinical competence from the American Speech Language Hearing Association. Furthermore, we maintain our license and certification by completing 24 hours of continuing education units every 2 years. There are about 120 plus school-based SLPs in the district. We play a crucial role in advocating for students with communication challenges. Our advocacy ensures that students receive the support they need to succeed academically, socially, and emotionally. Imagine you have a child who is not yet verbal, not able to communicate basic wants and needs, not able to say mom or dad, not able to say I love you, not able to say that they are sick or hurt. We diagnose speech-language impairments. We conduct comprehensive assessments in speech, language, and augmentative and alternative communication, known as AAC. AAC devices are some of our students' voices and main method of communication. We customize devices, train families and staff. We troubleshoot and repair AAC devices. We write reports, develop IEPs, conduct speech therapy, document, bill, attend IEP and SST meetings. We collaborate with teachers, speech-language pathologist assistants, school psychologists, counselors, behavior interventionists, and parents, just to name a few. We are expected to develop behavior intervention plans and write behavior goals, even though this is outside of our scope of practice. We have little to no training in this area. In addition, we are expected to attend weekly staff meetings, have recess, bus duty, and participate in school committees. Our duties keep piling up. The SLPs of Long Beach Unified urge you to recognize our vital role in student success as we negotiate the upcoming contract negotiations. The need for updates in contract, language specific to our position, promoting relevant and profession-specific PD and manageable workloads so SLPs can work to achieve our vision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Claudia Yella, followed by Maria Leon.
Hello, board members. My name is Claudia Yella, and I have served the district and community as a senior ASB financial tech at Cabrillo High School for 11 years. On Monday, a meeting was scheduled between members of California School Employees Association and Superintendent Jill Baker. This meeting was ultimately canceled as the district demanded that the CSEA, the union which represents the lowest paid employees of Long Beach Unified District, paid to attend the meeting. We were given no explanation for this insulting requirement besides ongoing practice. We would hope that the district values our relationship with its classified employees enough to seek out the chance to meet and collaborate. It is deeply disappointing to see that it is not the case. The cost of releasing two employees for an hour is very low, but it is not a matter of cost, it is a matter of respect. CSEA remains committed to building a cooperative partnership with LBUSD. As soon as the superintendent is prepared to meet with our members free of charge, we would be ready to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members. This will be the third time you hear the same speech, but after the third time, maybe some action will be taken. Members of the board, my name is Maria Leon, and I have served our district and community as a library media assistant at many sites, currently at Minigant and Cleveland, for 25 years. On Monday, a meeting was scheduled between members of the California School Employees Association, CSEA, and the superintendent, Jill Baker. This meeting was ultimately canceled as the district demanded that CSEA, the union which represents the lowest paid employees at Long Beach Unified School District, pay to attend the meeting. We were given no explanation for the insulting requirement besides ongoing practice. We would hope that the district values its relationship with its classified employees enough to seek out the chance to meet and collaborate. It is deeply disappointing to see that this is not the case. The cost of releasing two employees for an hour is very low, but this is not a matter of cost. It is a matter of respect. CSEA remains committed to building a cooperative partnership with LBUSD, and as soon as the superintendent is prepared to meet with our members, free of charge, we will be ready to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Leticia Silva.
Good evening. Members of the board, my name is Leticia Silva, and I have served
our district and community for 9 years as an intermediate office assistant. I currently work at Jordan High School. On Monday, a meeting was scheduled between members of the California Schools Employee Association, CSEA, and Superintendent Jill Baker. This meeting was ultimately canceled as the district demanded that CSEA, the union which represents the lowest paid employees at Long Beach Unified School District, pay to attend the meeting. We were given no explanation for this insulting requirement besides ongoing practice. We would hope the district values its relationship with its classified employees who makes those schools run. Without us, you wouldn't have schools, but just classrooms. Things would not be running the way that they are and as smoothly as they do. It's because we care. We want to be there. Please respect us and the work that we do. All we ask is for respect and collaboration in unity so that we can work together for our community. We're there every day. I welcome any of you, all of you. You've heard of Principal for the Day. Be an IOA for a day. Be a custodian for a day. Be one of us. Be one of us. Come down from your ivory towers and come be a regular person. I look like I work at a school, don't I? Come and be one of us so that you understand the hard work that we put in. But we love what we do. We love our community, which is why we're there. Meet us halfway. Cross the line and meet us there. And don't disrespect us by making us pay to just have a chat so that we can meet in unity together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Fernando Acevedo. Okay. Robert Collins.
Good evening. Through the chair, I would like to thank all the previous speakers. I'm a little tired, but I feel I've learned a tremendous amount tonight. I would like to thank the board for all the hard work they do. I would like to thank our district for the 2035 vision. I would like to thank the district for allowing my student to read The Bluest Eyes by Toni Morrison in his AB class. I would like to thank Dr. Baker for her comments on immigration and protecting the LGBTQIA community, and also stressing literacy and intervention. I was able to go to the Long Beach College Promise the other night. It was very interesting. If I could have one complaint is that we played a game, and it took about 20 minutes, and that's probably the last thing I want to do at night. I just want to get the information, get home, have a glass of sangria. Speaking of complaints, I'm sure the board doesn't like when we bring up other districts, but I'm going to bring up a little district in Idaho. Recently, a teacher was asked to take down a poster with some shocking words on it. Those words were welcome, important, accepted, respected, encouraged, valued, and equal. She was told that poster was unacceptable. She was further asked to take down a poster with many different color hands, black, white, brown, several, with little hearts. She was told that was unacceptable and that people might have differing opinions about such a poster. You know, it just seems to me that we're living in crazy times, but we're not living in a vacuum, that there are some big problems coming. So again, I would like to just applaud, through the chair, the community tonight for coming out, and I believe working with the district, you know, having strong opinions, being critical, working together so that we don't ask something of like this of our teachers. Thank you, Board.
Thank you. Next,
That was our last speaker.
our last speaker. Okay. So we will take a break and reconvene, is it 7:15? So we'll have a short break. Thank you. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. It's after 7:15. We've had our break. We're going to get back to business so we can move on. So we are at reports on superintendent advisory groups. The first one is business, budget, and policy development. Dr. Benitez.
You caught me, President. Craig Head. So just quickly want to reference that we have our first reading of our immigration policy for the protection, safety, and well-being of our immigrant students and their families. So looking forward to that conversation.
Thank you. Next, well, let's see, is instruction, but we'll come back to that. Workforce development, Mr. Miller.
Yes, I have three things to report on. First, I want to talk a little bit about the equity, leadership, and talent development. So we're currently in the process of interviewing 35 of our potential assistant principals and principals for the 25-26 school year. This is a great opportunity for the representatives across the departments to hear about the equity work in our schools and surrounding neighborhoods. And so I've been a big supporter of our ELT work, and so that's really one of the things I've been most proud of within the district, just our uplifting of our teams. And so that's pretty cool work to hear. Next, I want to talk a little bit about transfers and assignments. And so transfer applications have been out since mid-February and due March 31st. Our next posting for all teachers will be, it was on March 12th and will show all known vacancies. Last but definitely not least, we currently have, this is for our subs, we currently have 1,832 active substitutes in our system and have been able to successfully cover most assignments. We are still accepting sub applications, so you can go to lbschools.net/human resource services to be a sub in our district. That's my report.
Thank you. Excuse me, we'll move on to student outcome focused governance. Mr. Otto.
Sure. I don't have much to say. We're already talking about our bylaws, and we will be talking about them a little bit later in the evening, and we'll get a chance to reflect on what we've heard. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have the consent calendar.
Move for approval.
Second.
Discussion? Mr. Rail, I'll have you take a roll call vote.
Okay, excuse me. Member Lopez?
Excuse me, can I have a point of clarification? I see that 14.7 is approval of the second interim financial report, but 15.1 is a staff report on that. So can we wait for the staff report before we?
Yes, we'll wait for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're at the voting part for the consent calendar.
Aye.
We're going to go back to
yeah.
Member Lopez.
Yeah, so I vote aye with the exception of item 14.1, number 2, the appointment of the day-to-day substitute teachers, which I recuse myself to remain in legal compliance since my adult daughter subs for the district.
Vice President Otto?
Aye.
President Craighead?
Aye.
Member Benitez?
Aye.
Member Miller?
Can I just have a point of clarification? So we're approving all of 14 except for 14.7, correct? Which will be added to, I just think that was clarification that was requested.
Yeah.
Is that the?
I believe we're approving the consent calendar as it is, but the staff report will explain the second interim.
So I think it was whether Mr. Otto had any questions related to the staff report. It would be done during the staff report.
Okay. Well, in that case, Aye. My apologies.
Student Member Arroyo.
Aye.
Passes. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're at item 15.1, second interim financial report. Ms. Takahashi.
Sure, thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to provide a financial update as contained in the second interim financial report. There is a memo that accompanied the second interim financial report that's posted online for the public to read about. It contains much more detail than I'll be going into this evening, as well as provide all of our assumptions that we utilize in preparing the financial report, as well as our multi-year projections. Here is a familiar financial display for us. This is our revenue budget for 24-25 with all of our sources of funding in the general fund, which is our main operating fund. We have at the bottom the LCFF, which is the base funding, as well as a supplemental and concentration grant funding. We have our state grants and entitlements, our federal funding, as well as some of our local grants and our local funding. So you'll see here the lion's share of our funding is the LCFF funding that we receive. And our LCFF funding is provided to us in two streams. Again, the supplemental and concentration grant funding, as well as the base funding. And so the base funding is provided for every student, and that is impacted, the amount that we receive is impacted by COLA and our attendance. And the supplemental and concentration grant funding is given to us by virtue of our unduplicated student population, that being our English language learners, our foster care students, as well as our low-income students. And these are the factors that impact the amount of funding that we get from year to year. Of course, enrollment, in our case, declining enrollment, our attendance rates, as well as the cost of living adjustments that are made from year to year, and our unduplicated pupil rates. So all those together impact our LCFF funding, as well as sort of wider things like the economy that really dictate how much the state receives in its revenue, as well as Prop 98, which establishes how much education is entitled to out of the state budget. And you'll see here what a 1% change in enrollment or attendance or cost of living adjustment or unduplicated people, what that causes in terms of loss or change in revenue for the school district. So for many years, the district has spent less than it's received in terms of revenue, thus allowing us to build a balance. So every year, if we spend less than we receive, then we carry that money over to the next year. That's our ending balance. For many years, we have spent less, thus being able to build up a very healthy ending balance for the year. And our ending balance is what we really utilize to gauge our financial health, our fiscal health. Commencing in 2024-25, we will be going into deficit spending, in which expenditures will outpace revenues. And so you see a real downswing in terms of revenues and a continuing escalation of costs. So that is the definition of deficit spending. And you'll see that here that we're, let me go back. That buildup of our ending balance and our deficit spending pattern. So from last year's ending balance of $425 million to this year's projected ending balance of $355 million. And so that deficit spending pattern continues, and it's actually accelerated from the first interim. So with this deficit spending pattern, it's really going to necessitate fiscal stabilization measures in order to bring the budget into balance. And here is not a comprehensive list of strategies or considerations when addressing the deficit, but here are some. Improving attendance. We have a 93% attendance rate. projected in our budget. There is room for improvement in terms of attendance. So if we improve our attendance, we improve our revenue to the school district. Program prioritization, really looking at the high leverage programs that will enable the district to really support activities that will lead us to attaining our district goals. Attrition, really utilizing attrition, resignations or retirements from year to year when we're seeking to downsize in terms of staff, efficiencies and cost containment strategies, as well as utilizing any one-time funding that we have in order to boost up our balances to give us a little more time in terms of adjusting to our budget. So I'd say that this fiscal update is really a point in time. It's based on the assumptions that we have today. Any changes in the assumptions that are underlying the financial report will change our projections, of course. And so right now we are continually in a budget cycle, utilizing all the best information we have at the time to make our projections. But right now we are at our second interim. We will then roll into the May revise, where the governor will update his projections, his financial, his state budget proposal that really dictates our funding. And we are heavily into budget development already for next year, and we'll be coming forward with our budget adoption in June. So a continual budget cycle, and these numbers, because they are based on assumptions that we have at the time, will change, but this is what we are seeing in our numbers right now. So I'm happy to take any questions.
I think Mr. Otto has a question.
A couple quick questions on the slide that talks about the factors impacting the local control funding formula revenues. I add them together, and that's like 35 million. Is that this year that we don't have that we had before? I mean,
in terms of
11,
this is
10, 8, and
So we're just we're really measuring just the impact of any 1%. So we don't add them together in terms of a loss of revenue.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying, but we're just trying to demonstrate what a 1% change in any one of these factors would do to the districts.
Okay. So this isn't what we're predicting.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
And the enrollment and attendance kind of work together.
Right. And then in the unrestricted ending balance in millions from last year to this year, we're down 70 million.
Yes.
Okay. And we expect from this year to next year.
It's like 85 million.
Yeah, it's 30 and 45, 75 again. So, okay.
Yeah.
And that obviously affects. I mean, we just have to be very aware of that, because that's, do we have enough money to do everything? Of course we do. We're deficit spending, but it's a tough time, and my next question is, do we have any ideas, or what assumptions are you making about loss of federal funding that comes our way, things like that?
Yeah, we don't make any assumptions in terms of changes in federal funding. That the conversations that they're having at the federal level right now would impact us in not next year, but the year following.
Okay.
That's when we would see the material impact in our budget. So we have not reflected that for next year.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, two quick questions and then a broad question for Dr. Baker. Ms. Takahashi, this may just be a wording clarification. So we are, as I'm understanding this, generating more revenue. However, we're also incurring more expenses. Can you sort of, am I interpreting that correctly?
Yeah, thank you for asking for that clarification. This is in relation to the first interim. So there's marginally higher revenues by virtue of changes in COLA projections, but our expenses, as noted in the second interim, are higher.
So related to that, and you touched on strategies to address the deficit. I mean, we can't really do very much about enrollments at this point. In the memo, I believe April is the close reporting for attendance.
Correct.
And we're
Correct.
trying to get to that 94, 95% sweet spot. Besides sort of that kind of very specific measure, wondering if you could speak a little bit more to then how are we mitigating at least our best attempts at strategy the deficit that we have projected out for at least the next 4 years. And I have a follow-up, Dr. Baker, maybe if you were going to chime in. How are we, under strategies to address the deficit, program prioritization and alignment to goals is one of those areas. Just, how are we speaking to those programs and services for our most underserved students and our commitment to equity and excellence?
Yeah.
One of the things I'd want to amplify is that Yumi talked about these strategies being interwoven. So while you can show them on a slide as separate strategies, many of them go together. To the point about program prioritization, so you saw in revenues for the last, during COVID, we had additional funds in addition to building up a stronger reserve than we even had. And so part of the program prioritization is the things that some of the programs from ESSER continued, and we funded them in the LCAP. We have funded them in the LCAP. And so part of our realignment has been about staffing standards and bringing many of those into focus, which we've spent 2 years doing, helping us to know what is our base. Our next looks will be around programs that relate to the board goals. And so when we think about not for immediate implementation, but as Yumi said, accelerating into the next couple of years, the connection to anything external to board goals. That includes interventions, that includes supports that come into play for the board goal 1 about reading proficiency by 3rd grade, looking at our secondary schools. And so we do expect shifts to happen. I mean, you're looking at a budget that has a healthy reserve, which allows us to not yet get into a place, as many districts have been, at a fiscal cliff. So we're proceeding very cautiously and very intentionally, and using any opportunity that is the least disruptive to this organization, like attrition. You all in the past have received a capacity analysis of our school buildings. You've entertained things related to surplus property. All of those come into play here, in addition to other efficiencies that we might have to consider around business practices, business offices, consolidation of offices, and things like that. So they do weave together, and we'll be presenting more and more about decision-making that we would have to make based on that. So that doesn't get down into the details, but just
and so keeping it at that thank you, Dr. Baker. So keeping it at that level, I would encourage you and the team, Dr. Baker, to continue reminding us and continue reminding our communities that even though these projections don't include what's the word that you use, assumptions about federal funding until potentially a year after. Look, we had a facilities presentation this morning where we talked about tariffs actually going to make it harder for us to achieve the goals of our projects, all right? So I think it's important for our communities through our own budget engagement process, through our own LCAP process, through our own presentations, to be reminded that you can't have the best of both worlds. Right, that when we're talking about funding for our students with disabilities, when we're talking about funding for our poorest students, our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, that even though the bulk of our funding comes from state, that there are massive federal implications. So the more I think that we can be in alignment with our communities' priorities and educate our communities and use our communities in the best sense of the word as allies, that there are implications to federal decisions that have real-time consequences for our most underserved students. So just encourage you to please, whether we call them assumptions, we can't wait till stuff gets cut. Right, and we need to know as far in advance in the context of local control.
So to that point, appreciating, we sent on the resolution that you passed at the last board meeting acknowledging $200 million of federal funding that we receive and what that would mean to our most marginalized students, including the meals program and things that benefit our entire community. And then just when I think about some of, you've wanted the budget expressed in this way because it does show you about specifically funds that go to marginalized communities, to Title I students, the LCFF supplemental and concentration grant, which adds to a base program, very important in our communities, and not just our Title I schools, but for services that are provided for families beyond the individual school level as well. Yeah, so I'm glad you're elevating that. And just to reinforce what you said, Dr. Benitez, a program for students with disabilities that the state and federal government already underfunds that has the potential to take cuts. So.
Yeah. Can I make one more? Yeah, and it's my understanding, we kind of heard about this morning in our workshop, that we were slow to recover, not because of anything we did, but just because marginalized groups are the first to, they have more challenges during the pandemic, and they're slower to come out of that, and they're the kind of the first to go, funding wise, and I'm very concerned about how we're going to fund these, our priorities, and going forward. And the information that I got this morning was that it's a real concern that we need to make sure that we stay as we can with funding our marginalized students and special needs students and things like that. It's difficult. So.
Are there any other questions or comments? No? Okay. Then, thank you very much. This is a conversation that will be continued. This is not the end of the discussion on the budget and funding, but this is an ongoing conversation. Next on the agenda, we have student outcomes, goals 3 and 4. So I believe we are welcoming Dr. Madrigal this evening.
Good evening, Board President Craighead, board members, Superintendent Dr. Baker, senior team members, and our LBUSD community. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on our mid-year data monitoring, specifically on Board Goal 3 and 4. I also want to thank the research and student outcomes team who contributed to this presentation this evening. The focus of our presentation will be around Goal 3, algebra proficiency, as well as Goal 4, which is our college and career readiness. All the data that will be presented this evening will be grounded in those two goals and supporting those two goals. So we're going to transition right into Goal 3, algebra proficiency, which states, in pursuit of having more than 80% of Black African American students meet the algebra A through G requirement by the end of grade 9, the proficiency gap between Black African American students and all other students will decline from 5% in June 2023 to 0% by June 2028. We do have two leading indicators. One, ABC rates in grade 8 and grade 9 algebra. And the second one, ABC rates for middle school math grades. One of the primary ways that we progress or monitor progress towards meeting the 27-28 goal is to look at a target cohort. So what you see there is it's giving you a visual or who we're looking at and who we'll be looking at specifically when it's 27-28. And what you see in the orange circle is the target goal. So before we look at individual courses or grade level data, we want to look at the current 9th grade cohort to examine the percentage of students who are on track to meet the goal. This includes our current 9th graders who met the goal already because they met it when they were in 8th grade, as well as on our current 9th graders who are in the courses. Overall, 69% of our ninth grade students have met or are on track to meet the algebra requirement by the end of ninth grade. There is a 5% gap that exists between Black African American students and all other students. Now we're going to look at grade 9 algebra, semester 1 achievement. So we're going to look at more detailed information regarding the students who are currently taking or are enrolled in grade 9 algebra. When we look at that percentage of students, keep in mind it's only 37% of grade 9 students who are currently enrolled in algebra. Grade 9 Black African American students had similar ABC rates in algebra as all other students. And as you can see in the graph, we do have, you can compare the 22-23 school year all the way to our current year for semester 1. For grade 8 algebra semester 1 achievement, 80% of grade 8 students are currently enrolled in algebra. Grade 8 Black African American students had 9% fewer A, B, Cs in algebra. So something to note is that this year and last year, we had a similar percentage in terms of the ABC rates that our Black African American students received. It is slightly lower than in the 22-23 school year, but it's important to note that we have more students that are enrolled in algebra in 8th grade and that also leave 8th grade meeting that requirement.
What's that number? Just curious.
The exact number, I'll have to get back to you. But I can tell you who currently is enrolled in 8th grade. We have approximately 3,374 students that are enrolled in algebra. And those are the students that we're talking about that received the ABC rate.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, Dr. Madrigal, of the 80% of students in grade 8 that are enrolled in algebra, these are the percentage of those.
Yes.
Of those 80%
Yes.
that are getting A, B's, or C's.
Yes,
Okay.
and then our next slide will talk about the percentage of students that are not enrolled in algebra. So now when we look at Math 8 semester 1, so this is the 20% that is not enrolled in algebra. In grade 8, Black African American students had the same rate of ABCs in Math 8 as all other students.
So is another way to look at this, Dr. Madrigal, and I'm not trying to be deficit-minded here, is that 37% of students are not receiving A, B's, or C's in Math 8?
Yes, you can look at it that way.
Okay.
And so when we look at this percentage, I just want to point out that it is 20% of our students. So we also have to keep in mind that the 20% encompasses students that perhaps need additional support. They have different learning modalities. So there are a lot of factors. So this is where I would say we have to look beyond that percentage, that number, because there's more to what perhaps the students need, also the learning conditions. So definitely something that we have to monitor, but we have to also consider the other factors that contribute to this.
Dr. Madrigal, on the looking at the grade 8 algebra, like the semester 1 achievement here, the other one, there was no gain between 2023, 24, 25. But this takes into account the new grading policy that we have?
It does for the semester. I would say that for the grading policy, although it's just been implemented, it's one semester, I wouldn't necessarily say that we should rely on, yes, that's telling us these changes are impacting. We would need to collect additional data, just like with everything, we want to get a good set of data. And perhaps at the end of the year, when we do a summative reporting to the board, we can look at grades overall in this academic school year. But I do want to say that although it is a slight dip, we have more kids are enrolled in algebra. So that's really important, and that are meeting that requirement.
Again, just to clarify that last point that you made, Dr. Madrigal, so we have more students can we extrapolate that we have proportionally more black students as well?
Yes.
Okay.
It's probably, I do have to ask this question. As of right now, do we anticipate better results at the end of the school year in terms of student performance in the standardized exams? And the reason I'm asking was because last year, we did see a high number of students with the ABC grades, but there was a really huge gap in how they performed in those end exams. So are we, do we think we're on that path to see those trends improve?
I believe that once we are implementing, I know there was a previous presentation regarding the grading policy and the feedback that's been received in terms of making some adjustments based on feedback that we receive. We have to give some time for that feedback and the implementation of those changes to happen, to be able to make a statement about we are seeing these positive trends because we have just had one semester of grade data.
Dr. Madrigal, just one more thing too. I know that, well, I've already brought this up a little bit, but I think it would be in alignment with the principal, not necessarily directly connected to the goal that we're trying to meet, and that is more African American students being eligible for college once they're in the 9th and 10th grade. And so, though that's not necessarily the goal, as it's based on percentage, not the number, I think that is something that, at least for me, interests me in regards to the value that we want in regards to the students that we support.
Absolutely, and when we get to goal 4, we'll get into the A through G requirements, and we'll be able to show how our African American Black students are doing in regards to meeting that A through G requirement, and we'll break it down by grade level because we look at on track based on specific courses. So we'll be able to show a little bit of that information once we get to goal 4.
Thank you.
And one more thing. Can you give me an educated guess as to why you think Black African American students are still doing so poorly in math?
I'm going to say that just in general, I can't give you specifically the reason why. Again, it goes back to there are multiple factors. I think some of the work, I believe that the work that we're doing in terms of centering our Black students and some of the intentional work that's happening at the school site, whether engagement with our community as well as professional development that's occurring in our district, is helping. But I do believe that it is looking beyond just like one thing. It's multiple things that we have to take into account.
And I do have to ask just one more question. On the all other students, which subgroup is pushing that that percentage up higher?
We would have to disaggregate the data to give you an exact percentage and to be able to call out that specific student subgroup. All right, so now we're going to move on to Math 7 Accelerated Semester 1 Achievement. 87% of grade 7 students are enrolled in Math 7 Accelerated. Black African American students earned fewer A, B, C's at semester 1 for Math 7 Accelerated, so we do have an 8% gap there.
But we have a decrease in the gap, correct, Dr.
Yes.
Madrigal?
Yes.
From the previous year, right?
Yes.
Went from 13%
We did.
to 8%
Yes.
gap. So that's what we want to see. We certainly want to see growth of all students, but we certainly don't want to see a widening of the gap. And here
No.
we see a 7%
Yes.
decrease or diminishing of the gap.
That is correct. So for Math 6 Accelerated Semester 1 Achievement, this is an important data point to look at because this is our target cohort. So these are the students that will be in grade 9 when we're looking at this specific goal, whether we met our goal or not. So nearly all our 6th graders are currently enrolled in Math 6 Accelerated. Our Black African American students earned fewer A, B, C's at semester 1 for Math 6 Accelerated, so there is a 12% gap in this current school year. And so It's something that is critical for us to monitor because, again, it is, while we want all our students to do well, this is our target group, so it's important for us to make sure that we're monitoring that the gap is not getting larger.
And if I remember correctly from previous presentations, we did have data that demonstrated that students that did well in sixth grade accelerated math did well in algebra, right? With the well meaning C or better, and that we were very intentional as a strategy, going back to strategies that we implemented to have more students in sixth grade accelerated math. Is that why we may see, or when did that happen? Actually, I'll ask it that way.
Yeah, so I think when we get into the summary, Mr. Samuels is going to be talking a little bit about some of the changes that we are making to really respond to the data and what the data is telling us in regards to the gap, and looking at, so I don't want to say more because I want to leave that to Mr. Samuels, but we will share that regarding those action steps. So just overall in summary for this particular goal, goal 3, 69% of all our 9th grade students are on track to meet the Algebra A through G requirement by the end of 9th grade. There is a 5% gap between Black African American students and all other students. And it's also important to keep in mind that the data sets that I've shared so far are all based on semester 1. And so it's one data set, and it's looking at very specific data. And there are other data points that we look at in our district that tell more about the student. So it's looking at that balanced approach to the whole child. So just keep that in mind. It's one data point that is supportive of this board goal. So I'm going to hand it off to my colleague, Mr. Samuels, to talk about those action steps or plan action steps, and also then we'll pause for any questions that the board may have for staff.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. One thing that we're definitely focused on is trying to, ensure that our students who need the most support, that we're being proactive in the support that we provide, which primarily requires us to do something with Tier 1 instruction. Many times we look at interventions, which we do have, but one thing that we recognize is that we cannot wait until 8th grade to make sure that we're addressing the needs of our students. So one thing that we're working on in collaboration with OCIPD and research is we're adjusting our course placement for our 7th and 8th grade students to ensure that they are prepared for algebra before they get there. So we want to make sure that they're developing those foundational skills, that they're able to have retention, and that it can actually carry them through Algebra 2, to be honest with you. And so as Dr. Madrigal had mentioned, we are looking at not just grades, but we're also looking at other assessment data that we have at our disposal so that we can accurately, or I'd say more accurately, measure our students' proficiency as it relates to mathematics, because we definitely want to make sure that they are successful. And we believe that providing students with that opportunity to really strengthen their skills and to build a strong foundational base will bode them well for the future. In addition, we want to make sure that we focus on how are we going to monitor the progress of our students, particularly the 6th grade group, but all of our middle school students in particular, in order to make sure that we achieve the goal. And part of that is with collaboration, again, with research and OCIPD, is that we're talking about, developing some research-based strategies that we can provide for our school sites so that after they administer a unit exam, that they can actually implement those strategies, review that data, analyze that data, provide opportunities for teachers to come together, tap into that teacher collective efficacy, learn from one another, make adjustments to instruction so that there's real-time change happening right after kids take unit exams. And so we do have that happening at some of our sites, but we want to leverage what's happening that's working well, and we want to spread that throughout the district. And so that's something that we're going to work on, that we definitely are going to implement this coming school year as we make those adjustments.
I have a question. So when you're talking about tier 1 versus interventions, what does that look like?
So if you take the students, for example, who, let's say at the end of this year, they're not successful in Math 6 Accelerated. Well, what happens is that they move into Math 7 Accelerated, but they end up going into Math 7 Accelerated with many gaps. And when they enter Math 7 Accelerated with many gaps, at the end of that year, they're going to take a 7th grade SBAC test. But 2/3 of their year is going to be 8th grade content. And so half of their year would be 7th grade content. And so we're skipping over some key skills that they probably need to refine and strengthen. And so if we provide them opportunity to be properly placed at their grade level, they can spend a little bit more time developing a conceptual understanding of those 7th grade concepts. They can go deeper. Our teachers can actually provide them some opportunities to actually provide some relevant experiences for them, where when they leave 7th grade, they are much more prepared to address those 8th grade standards in 8th grade.
So they have stronger foundational skills that allow them to build on that.
Correct.
Okay. Dr. Benitez?
Yes, Mr. Samuel, so I want to sort of dissect a little bit about what you shared is going on in terms of conversations amongst our math teachers. So fundamentally, this goal is about Black A through G completion and diminishing the gap between our Black students and our non-Black all other students in terms of A through G completion. To your earlier point, Mr. Miller, if grades are one leading indicator, right, and both you and Dr. Madrigal have referred to, we're looking at different things. Talk a little bit more about then what are we looking for? Give us a deep dive into what do we want these conversations to be like, and I'll use an illustrative example. We're obviously looking for something to be happening differently than what we've done before. And by differently, it could be something different or more of something that's been working. So what are we hoping to learn between now and the end of the year that then can give us additional learnings that we're going to look for the following semester? So just give us some illustrative examples of, no magic sauce here, Mr. Samuels. Just what are we hoping to learn from the conversations that our best and brightest teachers are having about how to accelerate growth and diminish gaps for our Black students?
One thing that works very well at our school sites is tapping into the expertise that's in the room. So when our teachers come together to collaborate, there is so much power that happens. You may recall some presentations where we had a few school sites where that was common characteristics of those school sites that have experienced success. And so when you get a group of math teachers together, let's say they all teach algebra, and maybe they had a unit exam and it was on quadratics. And these teachers are getting together, looking at the results, and they're having questions about, okay, so how did your students do on a question on using a quadratic formula? How did your students do? And then the teacher who has success has an opportunity to share his or her strategies with the other teachers. And now that leads to an opportunity for them to visit one another, to share some common strategies across the entire department, which when that happens, those effective strategies actually spread to where more kids are now experiencing high quality education. And so that's really what we want to see, not just in pockets of our district, but throughout our district. And I think that's where we're going to see much more success. And I would add that knowing that our goal is to center our Black students, that's something that I think we will have to that we would need to add on to make sure that those conversations are happening, or to ensure those conversations are happening, because I know that would be the next step for many of our sites.
And that's precisely, maybe you're going to speak to this, Dr. Baker. That's precisely what I'm getting at. Are these conversations specifically about Black student success?
I would say system-wide, not yet. I do believe that at many of our sites, they are happening.
But the expectation is that they need to be happening in order to address these inequities, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
I was actually going to ask you to share a little bit about the development of principals in service to math and the support to teachers through their supervision.
Yeah, so one aspect that happens, especially as it relates to our principal supervisors, obviously spend a lot of time at school sites. And so one thing that principal supervisors do, and I am one of them, and so I have the opportunity, along with other principal supervisors, to, during our coaching visits, we actually spend time with our principals looking at their data. And we will look at unit assessment data, iReady data, ABC rates, and we have these conversations, these really good conversations with principals. And I can guarantee during those conversations, we're definitely talking about what's happening with our Black students, our multilingual learners, and our students with disabilities. In addition to that, during principal meetings, we're having conversations about data and presenting data so that we can look at it as a system level. So with our middle school principals, we look at the middle school data, high school principals look at high school data, and then we also learn from one another from site to site. So principals are sharing across sites. And then, of course, last month, every school had at the secondary level, had their collaborative data study. And so with the collaborative data study, you have, admin team, teacher leaders, with the principal supervisor in attendance, to analyze that data, reflect upon that data, and more importantly, talk about their next steps. And for the sites that I supervise, every site definitely did disaggregate their data, and they really talked about what are we going to do as a site to address some of the inequities that exist. And it was really encouraging to hear some of the thoughts that the sites had, and these will come from teachers. Most of the principals that I supervise, they pretty much sat back and allowed the teachers to lead those conversations, and it's really encouraging to see some of the plans that they have and some of their next steps that they're going to implement. And so those collaborative data studies, I believe, are really, really powerful, and we're looking forward to seeing what comes out of them.
Actually, and along those lines, what is being done to address the Black African American students not on track to meet the A through G requirement?
I think that's going to be the next one.
When we get to board goal 4 reporting, I'll spend a little bit of time talking about what we're up to in regards to looking at the students, all students who are not meeting the A through G requirements. I did want to add something in addition to what Mr. Samuels shared. We have been working collaboratively also. Today actually was a day that we spent some time with directors who are district leaders, looking at our current assessment matrix, looking at all our district board goals, all the goals that we currently have. And we did a mapping of the goals as well as what assessments do we have that help us inform us really on, are we moving in the right direction? And that's the first step. I know, Dr. Benitez, you've asked, share what you're up to. This is what we're up to. We're really taking a deep dive and looking at current structures of assessment to ensure that it is in alignment with our vision, that we are looking at the whole student and all components, and do we have to make some adjustments to maybe an interim goal because an assessment maybe that worked 5 years ago isn't getting us the data that we need, or isn't telling us the data, to make some changes when we're looking specifically at these monitoring updates. So that is some of the work. It's comprehensive, it's complex, and it's going to involve engagement not only with district leaders, site leaders, curriculum leaders, because we really want to get it right. So that is some of the work that collectively we're heavily invested in.
And Dr. Madrigal, again, for me, it comes back to this fundamental core perspective that we can pass good policy at the board level. We have 4 board goals here, and the way that Dr. Baker shared it, there's a lot of alignment with other priorities and goals, but at the end of the day, those are the 4 goals. This is our monitoring calendar. The encouragement from my end on, hey, just share, right? Even if it's just learning, is even if our entire leadership team is 100% on board with this, if something is not happening where we have the most impact with students, which is in the classroom, then these are lofty, aspirational things at best. And so that's the encouragement, right? Like we had two presentations ago, teachers from two sides telling us, hey, there's some promising things here that are scalable, that we can, integrate at other schools, sort of learn from each other on. That's what we need to hear. All right. Otherwise, we're going to be here, and again, I don't want to be the doom and gloom guy, but we'll be here in a year. And so I encourage you to take risks, to be brave. But if at the end of the day, our school site staff, and that includes everyone, including our classified and certificated employees that spoke eloquently tonight, everyone is not on board that we need to do right by our black students, then it doesn't matter what kind of presentation we have here, right? Everyone needs to be having that conversation, Mr. Samuel. So I encourage the team, like the board passed these goals for a reason, right? And so the way that we hold our superintendent accountable is we need to make sure that that's making its way down to the classroom. And again, as a part of that our teachers have the support, the resources, the professional development, everything they need. Otherwise, it's a moot point. Then that's going to be a stagnant line, right? So that's where I'm coming from, Mr. Samuels. Like, what do we need to be hearing? And if part of what we need to be hearing is everyone needs to be focused and honed in on black students, that's one thing, right, in terms of a leading indicator. So I'm calling in the team, like, let's be courageous, let's be brave. We pass these, once in a lifetime, at least for the next 5 years, lofty goals. So, I think I'm making my point here.
Yeah, just one correction. I may have misspoke. I may have said that it may not be happening at all schools, but it's happening. I didn't want to lead to the fact that our schools aren't centering our black students. I just didn't say 100%. Because I can't truly speak to 100%, so that's just the nature of of how I approach things. But it is happening. It definitely is.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on Dr. Benitez, I too am aligned in those sentiments in regards to our values are one thing, but we want to hear the tools and resources that are being provided to support our African American students in particular to help shrink that gap. And so though I hear about the philosophical approaches that we're taking from a district level, and I think that's fantastic. I don't want to take anything from that, but I'd be remiss if I didn't also want to hear exactly what those tools and resources are.
And we didn't plan for that presentation for tonight. I'm going to look around the room and think about what each of our departments is doing. So point well taken. There's also an opportunity coming up in the monitoring calendar that is the Voices from the Field perspective. And it might be nice for us to think about a team approach to that and what it looks like for a team to experience the kinds of goals that we're setting and talk about their right in the field work and what it looks like to change practice in a classroom with supports surrounding them as a classroom teacher, with supports to a school, and in a system that is looking at different ways of accountability. Because truth is, as you have said, I don't meet goals if our teachers don't meet goals, if our schools don't meet goals. We're inextricably connected. So,
and I keep reminding myself as I'm encouraging the team here, Dr. Baker, that I want to reiterate, this is not about you individually, Mr. Sams. This is not about you. I mean, you're presenting data. This is a call into the 10,000 plus team of educators, right? And if it's not happening 100% of the time, well, because this change doesn't happen overnight, right? But if we have marching orders from our community, and we have marching orders from our superintendent and our level head offices, it's not a referendum on you as individuals, right? So thank you.
Well, I think what you're saying leads me to believe that the creation of interim goals will be helpful to this effort, because what we've had kind of currently and in the past is, district goals separate from superintendent leadership goals, separate from the board goals. But once we see a more true alignment with the interim goals representing the board goals, I think a lot of those types of things are going to be addressed within that process. Alana, did you have something?
Yeah, I did have a question. I was just wondering what determines if 8th grade students take algebra or if they take math 8?
Currently or next year?
How about both?
Currently, in many of our schools, students just naturally matriculate because of the structure that we have. So students who are in Math 7 Accelerated, they just move on to algebra in most of our middle schools. Next year, our goal is to utilize a variety of assessments that are predictive in nature, and when we put them together, our research office has done a really good job of tapping back into historical data and basically giving us an opportunity to look at these different metrics and somewhat predict success. And so we're going to utilize those various metrics, and then that's going to help us determine readiness for algebra.
Yeah, thank you.
I think that it's important to, the examples I think about are when something catches fire, when all of a sudden everybody wants to do that and get that done. And I know at 80 school sites, that's a little complicated, but I'm just organizationally, how do you, what's the strategy to light that fire so people are going, oh, I got to get that done. I got to, do that. I mean, is that part of it, or are we just saying, okay, here's our toolkit, and we'll go out there and execute this toolkit without complete confidence that it's going to be successful?
Is that in relation to the placement or in relation to
results? Not just getting kids doing it, but kids being successful. And I know it's very complicated and it's district wide. And I'm just wondering if somebody said, okay, here's the deal, and this is the way things are thought about these days. Okay, we're going to pay you this much money if you can get this whole group to reduce that gap, and in these 5 schools or something like that. What would we do? I mean, I'm not saying we need to have but you understand the point I'm making is, how do you get people's attention? How do you say, okay, we got to get this done? How do you get your teachers to go, oh, I'm going for that? Whatever it is that makes it happen.
That's a pretty good question. I would imagine that many of our teachers are motivated to see their students succeed. Oftentimes, it's our responsibility to provide them with the training and support.
Yep.
And to make sure that they are equipped to do what they do best. And I do believe that with some of the professional development they receive through OCIPD, support and coaching from their principals and administrators, and instructional intervention coordinators as well, I think we're on the right track. Mm-hmm. I think once you get all the teachers into a room together on a consistent basis, and they are and that teacher collective advocacy fire, if you will, is lit, it takes off from there. It's just there's just power in that collaboration that happens, and we know based upon research that has the highest impact on student achievement. When we have teacher collective advocacy, so that's what we're leveraging our bet on, is hoping that will happen in more places than it currently is.
Okay.
So if there are no more questions, we're going to go ahead and move into board goal 4. It's late.
Hey, but you got us going again, Dr. Maldonado.
I know.
We had a little bit of a lull.
Hey,
and we're
you
back.
asked. You told me bring some energy.
We're
So I'm
back.
like, this is the energy. Well, this is actually our board goal 4 has to do with our college and career readiness. So as states, in pursuit of having more than 66% of Black African American graduating seniors A through G eligible The proficiency gap between Black, African American students and all other students will decline from 15% in June 2023 to 0% in June 2028. We have one leading indicator, which is our current on-track rates for A through G, grades 9 through 12. So before we get into the data, I want to give some context because maybe not everyone knows what is A through G. So A through G are the requirements that are put in place to qualify for admissions to the University of California or California State University systems. And so what it is that it measures, it's basically 15-year-long courses or 30 semesters across 7 areas. So history, English, math, science, language, other than English, visual performing arts, and electives. And so when we're thinking about A through G, it's that, and it's in the course of their high school years. Also, just to remind the board, we currently have a system, internal system, where we monitor the on-track of students as well as when students become off-track. So the presentation will talk about those on-track, off-track. So for board goal 4, the target cohort, as I mentioned, is our high schoolers, so grade 9 students this year. And then we're looking at each of the grades in high school. And so we're going to look at this visual, which is our A through G course requirements. So you see on the right-hand side, you're going to have a legend that kind of orients you to courses that are expected for each grade, which are in orange, and future courses expected and prior courses completed and courses recommended but optional. So I want you to hone in on 9th grade because we're going to talk a little bit about 9th grade and then I'll walk you through each one of the grades. So for 9th grade, when we're talking about A through G, we, being on track, we are specifically looking at just English and math. But that's not to say that our students are not taking other A through G courses. You may be a student in a pathway that is heavy in math and science. So in 9th grade, you might meet that science requirement. So although we're not necessarily looking at being off track in 9th grade for science, we do recognize that our kiddos are taking these courses all throughout and not necessarily in the sequence. And so when we look at 10th grade, we're adding an additional. So we're not only looking at English and math, we're also looking at history. And so when we go to the next slide, we move on to 11th grade. Now we're adding the additional, not only the history, English and math, but we're looking at science, language other than English. And so it's again important for us to keep in mind that we're monitoring specific courses internally to help our students and our caregivers and our staff at site to ensure we recognize when someone is not on track for those specific courses. But we're going to talk about some changes that we're going to make to that. So our next slide gives you an overview of the 3 years of high school on-track rates for semester 1. So it's showing that it's fairly steady, A through G on-track rates. Our Black African American student rates either stayed the same or showed a slight decrease, and then all other student rates declined slightly in grade 11. Otherwise, it showed 1 to 2 higher percentages, and then the gap range is from 10 to 13%. And so one of the things that we are looking at in terms of what are some things that could change when we're looking at on track, we are looking at internally revising our system to be able to monitor some of the this data, not just by, for example, give the 9th grade example. We're not just going to look at students when they're on track just for English and math. We're going to take into account the pathways, and so there's specificity to the program that the student is in. All our high schools have slightly different programs, but the goal is that all A through G is offered at all the schools, because although it may not be the path for all our students, we're going to make sure that we provide that option for all our students, and then they have choices when they leave our system. And so when we look at, for example, what are those changes, we're going to be working collaboratively with the secondary office to ensure that we get feedback from the staff that is actually interfacing with our students to get input on what needs to be in that internal monitoring on the back end in terms of technical. What do we need to build out to make sure that it's robust, it's being utilized, it's not just another platform that staff can either opt in to it. It will be what we want all our staff members to use to ensure that there's communication sooner than later, that if a student is off track and they took, let's say in 9th grade, they took that science class and they didn't pass it. Well, now the counselor or staff member can see they didn't pass, and what are our steps to help the student gain credit recovery in 9th grade versus waiting until we're monitoring how we currently are in a particular grade level for that subject. So I'm going to pause there. I do have a summary there, and the summary is basically that we are making fairly steady growth in terms of seeing that those on-track rates increase. When we look at semester one from the 22-23 academic school year through that 24-25, so looking at just this semester that we completed, we're seeing some growth there, or I should say increases in the rate, as noted in the previous slides. And then we are seeing that we still continue to see a decline slightly with our Black African American students. So in thinking about what you shared earlier, what specifically are we doing, that is something that we do need to look at. What specifically do we need to make sure when we're thinking about revising and reimagining that monitoring platform, what could be different to make sure that there is something that we're looking at as it pertains to our African American student, to be honest, for all our students. So I'm going to pause here for any questions the board may have for staff.
Thank you, Doctora Madrigal. I do have a couple of questions.
Sure.
I think the first one is, can students enroll in A through G courses regardless of pathway this year? And then, what happens when an A through G course is full? What options do students then have?
So I'll get us started, and then Mr. Samuels, if you want to add any information. Yes, all our students have access to A through G courses at all our schools. In terms of what options do they have, I think the options, it depends on the school, but we also have dual enrollment courses that are available as well on our campuses, and some of our students take them on campus as well as off campus. Do you want to add anything else?
No, that's actually correct, and I think it's also one of the benefits that we have with a 8-period day. Our counselors are very skilled at finding slots, if you will, for students. So maybe they may have to take a course maybe at a time of day that's not preferred. Sometimes it's during 7th period or 8th period. But our master schedules are built to ensure that there are enough seats for our students. So generally, if there are those few cases where they are full, then that's where our counselors are skilled at maneuvering a little bit.
And then just to clarify.
I can add one more thing to that as well. Students also have access to credit recovery courses through Apex and Edgenuity, both of which are A to G, meet the criteria for A to G. So if I'm a student in 10th grade that failed world history, which is on track for history requirement, in 11th grade, I can take an Apex course or an Edgenuity course to meet that requirement.
And then just for clarification, so regardless of pathway, so every pathway allows students to take the A through G requirements. Yes, this year, and that's across the district.
Yes.
So you already answered one of my questions, and I remember it from a previous presentation. Remember, I got all jazzed up about that Apex program and the opportunities that it'll provide our students in regards to a recovery standpoint. If you don't mind just going into a little bit more detail, well, let me take a step back. The part that I was looking at from the data that was presented was that transition from the 8th grade to the 9th grade, and what happens to our students, especially our Black students, when it comes to their academic performance. That means that they would need a program like Apex as soon as the 10th grade, as early as the 10th grade. If you can just speak not just to the Apex program, but the availability of those programs as early as 10th grade, if you don't
We definitely have that available for all students on every campus. Generally, that's an easy add to a master schedule, if you will. And so generally those courses are always available. So let's take, for example, English 1-2, and a kid becomes a sophomore, really what that is just adding an extra seat to a teacher who teaches English, and that teacher can have a kid take an Apex course. And it doesn't even have to be during their English 1-2 class. It could be during their English 3-4 class, because it's kids take that class independently and at their own pace. And then also we do have that opportunity for some who choose to make up those courses during summer as well. And so they have that opportunity as well, or they can wait till the following year to take on Apex.
Yeah, making the assumption that that's probably going to be one of the most highly used tools to act as a form of intervention to support our black students. I'd be curious to know what those numbers are at our next report when it comes to goal number 4. Just how many students not necessarily their success rate, more enrollment numbers. I think that the volume number, I'd be curious to know.
Mr. Samuels didn't talk about summer programming, but the way that sections are planned for summer, I don't know if you want to say anything about how you plan for summer sections. That's the first opportunity for credit recovery, and it's planned around student needs.
Yeah, so we're currently in that period now where we just received proposals from our high school sites for courses that they would like to offer for this summer. And so part of that process is taking a look at semester 1 data, determining how many kids were not successful in those courses, including our freshmen. And then we take those numbers, and that determines the number of sections we offer at each site this summer. And generally, we tend to offer a little bit more than we have more seats than we have kids who weren't successful, because we also know that there are kids from the previous year who may need to take the course as well. And so we're in the middle of that process right now, and hopefully by the middle of April, we'll know exactly which courses we're offering at all of our sites for summer school.
And then, so less than 50% of our Black African American students are on track to meet the 8-3G requirement in 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, and only 59% at the 9th grade, in 9th grade. What changes do we anticipate will take place next year to give our Black African American students more access to these 8-3G courses?
Well, I think one thing that I can share that we one, I would say they all have access. I think the question is, how can we help them help more kids be successful? And I think one thing that we're definitely doing in 9th grade with our partnership with CORE is that we have 7 high schools that are participating in what we're calling breakthrough success communities. And what's so wonderful about that particular project is that it focuses on 9th grade students on track for post-secondary success. And CORE uses a different measure for on track, but it's a predictive measure. And with that measure, we're seeing some gains in these 7 schools that are participating, which means that it opens the door for us to expand for next year. And so we know for sure we're going to add one more school site. And then we're also talking to schools about maybe expanding it to maybe a few more pathways as well. So that's one thing I do know that we are engaging in for sure.
So I'm going to ask sort of 3 sequential questions. Dr. Madrigal, you, if I heard you correctly, you shared that our goal was to have the same number of A through G offerings across our district and our high schools. Specifically, would I deduce that then we currently don't have equity across our high schools?
We do. So the statement is reference to that we give access to all our students through A through G courses. So when master schedules are built out, that is what is kept in mind, like to ensure that we have enough sections of those courses at all our high schools so kids have access to them.
Yep. Okay. That being said, my understanding, and it's been confirmed through several of these presentations, is that all 9th graders in LBUSD start off A through G default, right? And that something happens in either that first or second or third year high school experience where a student then potentially falls off the A through G track. So let me. I'm seeing nods. Yes, is that a yes? Okay. So to Mr. Samuels or the team, what happens when at the 10th or 11th grade a student has been off track now for multiple courses? What is that conversation? Because this is around college and career readiness, right? Where do those conversations take place? Ultimately, is it counselors that then are sort of determining what might be the best success pathway for students? So kind of walk us through, because at a certain point, I mean, this is just the way our system works, right? We have to start thinking about a student's graduation requirements and not necessarily exclusively A through G requirements. Our goal is all students start off A through G, and we would love for 100% students to have the opportunity to go to college, right? That's it, period. Something is not happening for this percentage of students that are not yet fulfilling their promise, or our promise, pun intended, the Long Beach promise. What conversation takes place? Who's involved in that conversation? When is it determined that now at this point a student is no longer viable for a student to graduate with an A through G compliant, but we still want that student to graduate, right?
Well, I think step one is going to help when we have that new monitoring system that's in place. Our counselors rely on that monitoring system, and so if students are off track in 9th grade, they may or may not be aware. And so once that's in place, I think that's going to help us accelerate some of the support that we provide our students. And then, of course, there comes a point in time for students who continue to fall behind, whether it's summer school, whether it's Apex or Edgenuity. There comes a point in time where counselors have those conversations with families, and then they talk about options for students. And we do have other options for students to ensure that they graduate. But our number one goal is to make sure that they're college and career ready. But if they become so credit deficient, then we do have alternative education where we can accelerate their accrual of credits, and then we try to get them back to their home site if possible.
If I could just add one thing to that, you may have students in that category that are off track for A to G, yet on track for grad. Because if I had received a D in both of those courses, I'm actually on track for grad in that circumstance. And just a public service announcement, many of our students and parents may not realize that there are unique validation rules for math in particular. I can fail first semester algebra, and if I pass second semester algebra with a C or higher, I get full credit for the year. And what that can mean to a student is I can get back on track pretty easily second semester in math. I can't do that in ELA, but I can do that in math. And I think information is power to our students and our parents in that circumstance.
It's yes, but it also, I think, puts a tremendous amount of burden on individuals to have to catch that, intervene or educate, whether it's the student and or parents or caregivers, in time to be able to address that, Dr. Lund. So that's why I was asking, so what takes place if we don't have this monitoring system in place that then sends out notices, right? Parents, students, counselors get the notice. It still leaves a lot of potential cracks, all right, where we wouldn't one, know that, and then be able to intervene in time to get that student back on track.
I just want to point out that this is why it's so important to have academic counselors in high schools, and why I have been pushing, like, we need more counselors at the high school level, because the loads that they have are so high, and that could be contributing to our students not being on track, our Black African American students not being on track. So I want to point that out, just because I think that we are leaving that element out, and I think that's a critical element that we need to keep in mind.
Do we have any further questions or comments? Well,
Sorry. Another point. Next time we visit Goal 4, because I think this was a great conversation. Maybe that's my inner math nerd kind of kicking in here. But I also have some curiosities around how big is the buffer. So I used to mentor. I'll give a small story. So I used to mentor a young man who was eligible to go on to a 4-year university, but boy, oh boy, did me and the organization that I was mentoring him through help pull him across that finish line, because if it wasn't for those summer school opportunities and retaking courses, often he didn't know that he needed to take retake courses to be A through G eligible. He didn't know at times about the opportunity that if he failed the first semester, that if he got a C in the second semester, he'll still stay eligible, so on and so forth. But there was the point of that I'm bringing up here is that because things were so tough for him, for some reason, every time he'd come off the summers, he'd have an issue with that first semester, man. I don't know what it is. Maybe having too much fun. All things considered, I was always curious about what is that buffer? How many classes, especially, well, mathematics, we know there is no buffer, right? You need 4 years of it, and so you can't miss one semester. But what is that buffer for some of the other courses? Like, hey, you got about 3 or 4 gaps, 5 gaps in your schedule that you can still maneuver around and still be eligible. And I know that's a wacky number to calculate or hard to probably capture, but it is something that I'd be curious about, because one of the tools that I could see from a long-term perspective is how do we create more buffers to help more kids in their eligibility. So just something I was curious about, and if that's something that we could present, I don't even know how you would do it. I'm just throwing it out there.
Well, I think I can just add one thing that we have working in our favor is the 8-period day. And so generally kids have maybe about 7 classes. Sometimes as seniors, they may have as few as 5, which means that we have an opportunity to use that 8th period, if need be, to provide them another opportunity. We're looking at 15 courses for A through G requirements, a few others that you add for graduation requirements. So if you take that and divide it by 4, we actually have some space if we, to help kids be successful.
Yeah, I mean, the buffer is built into that equation with access to potentially 32 courses across high school, and you need 15. So there's a big buffer just by definition. Where you have the least amount of buffer is in English, because you need 4 years. So making up that requires either through credit recovery or through summer.
thank you. So I want to thank you, Dr. Madrigal, Mr. Samuels. Thank you very much for that presentation. And we will move on to new business. Item 16.1, board bylaws. I do believe I introduced this item when we discussed the agenda. I'll just recap real quick that we've been working on these draft bylaws. There are 18 altogether. And we will be going over 7 tonight for consideration. And these 7 were determined to have somewhat of a consensus when we met back in December of last year. So I will have our legal counsel, Mr. Wayne Strumpfer, help us out as we dive into this process.
And can I just make a quick statement, and that is there are 7 on the agenda. So there's no reason to talk about any items that are not on the agenda, and that I think can help us focus our discussion.
Well, except that that would be item 16.2 on the agenda.
No.
Excuse me?
16.1 is the board bylaws. Bylaws next step is where do we go after those 7, which is 1?
Yes, you said next steps, board bylaws, that's item 16.2.
Well, I used the words next step inadvertently because what I meant was, let's talk about the 7, let's vote on the 7, and then we'll go to 16.2, which is next steps. What do we do with the rest of them?
We will take one thing at a time, yes.
Well,
Mr. Strumfer.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and good evening to the board, senior staff, and members of the public that are still here. I'm just going to do a quick introduction as we go through the bylaws, and I'm going to turn it over to the board. But let's talk about the first bylaw that's on the agenda, and that is 9010. This bylaw is in regard to board members and public statements, including social media. The purpose here is to make clear when a board member can speak for the board and when they should just speak as an individual board member in order to ensure communication of a consistent, unified, and clear message from the board as a whole. Speaking for the whole board should be done by the president as board spokesperson or a board member who has been selected by the full board to do so. This bylaw also addresses social media use and, for educational and transparency purposes, puts in writing what the board member may or may not do with an official digital platform. So, for instance, if a board member has a Facebook page where they identify themselves in their official capacity or use it to inform the public about school or district events, the courts have found that you must allow equal access to viewpoints, and therefore you cannot block or delete comments. If your Facebook page is private and for personal use, this rule does not apply. There's an edit at the end. Oops, let me put this on. Uh-oh. Do I point it in? Point it up? Oh, they're pulling it up. Oh, okay. We have them for viewing, but I want to just point out there's an edit at the end of 9010 that was added recently, and that is to provide yearly training to board members regarding these types of nuances with social media. I also believe that Dr. Benitez has a suggested edit that is in the last sentence of the second paragraph, and I will turn it over to Dr. Benitez and the board for potential discussion and action.
So, just process question, we're taking each of these bylaws, draft bylaws by themselves, right, Wayne?
I believe that's what President Craig had asked me to do, yes.
So just again,
Yes.
point of process, do we need a motion for this specific one and then get into a discussion about the edits? Or is the suggestion that I introduce, and it was an edit that just didn't make its way on here, and so I checked in with Wayne, I said, hey, the edit that I had originally made just didn't make its way on here.
So for process-wise, and we will do one at a time. We will do the bylaws individually. But for process, do we make the motion first and then cover that part in discussion, the edits?
I would suggest, because the motion may include an edit, so if a board member has a suggested edit, I would suggest having that discussion first and then making the motion either with or without that edit.
Okay, so we'll do it that way.
Okay, I'll make a motion I'll make the motion on bylaw 9010 with this revision. So second paragraph, last sentence, and I kind of, it's a discussion, right? Because I don't really know what word we could use here. But it reads, all board members who receive phone calls from the media or press should direct them to the superintendent and the public information director. I can think of multiple times, multiple scenarios where a journalist will reach out and want to get my thoughts on X, Y, and Z. I feel that I shouldn't, in those cases, be required to forward that call to the superintendent and/or public information officer. I think we can encourage, I think we can suggest ourselves, but this, as it reads right now, it reads to me like I'm required when someone reaches out to me. And it could be something as, like tonight, someone reaches out to me tomorrow and says, hey, I'd love to get your thoughts on the immigration policy that the board is considering. So as long as I'm understanding this, as long as I represent myself and my personal views, again, I'm looking for help here on, we could use encourage or suggest.
I think, yeah, oh, sorry, Dr. Benitez.
That was my suggested revision.
Yeah,
that last sentence.
your suggested revision when we talked earlier was to delete should in that sentence and replace it with are encouraged to.
So that's my motion.
Are encouraged to direct?
Yes.
Second.
Any further discussion?
So I think I just need some clarification on that second paragraph, the third sentence. The superintendent and the public information director are the first point of contacts for reporters. Is this because that's a behalf of the board? I guess my question is, why isn't the board president the first contact for reporters?
I would say that that's because the superintendent and the communications person, they have the information, they have the facts. Usually we're not the first people that have the facts. We're not the closest to whatever the issue is, and we're usually getting that information from the people that know. And so when we direct or encourage the press to go to the superintendent and our communications people, it's because they have the correct information. There may also be legal implications when the press contacts a board member, and so it's one thing to speak on behalf of yourself, but it's another thing to speak on behalf of the board, and no matter what you say publicly, especially as it relates to a certain particular issue, could be a legal matter. And in that case, the superintendent and the communications person would have that information.
Let's say that they're reaching out because they have a question on a policy. And I think that would be appropriate for them to reach out to the board. And I think that this is why it's so important for the board to have their own legal counsel, right? Because if reaching out to us, and you could then place that call to legal counsel, to the superintendent, get the information that you need to provide comment. So I think that if these are our bylaws and media's reaching out because they want to know why board did X, Y, and Z, then we're putting it right back to the superintendent and public information director to provide that comment and be the first point of contact for reporters.
Could I make a suggestion and see if it's a friendly amendment? Yes. So instead of this changing just the last sentence, if the third sentence said the superintendent and public information director, delete the word are and insert the words should be the first point of contact for reporters. And then the last sentence would be all board members who receive phone calls from media are encouraged to direct them to the superintendent and public information officer. It allows some discretion and isn't directing the way things should happen. I mean, people get calls from reporters, and I think we don't want to necessarily discourage that as long as they don't say that I'm providing you the information because I'm authorized by the board, or I can speak about this. I'm trying to blend what Dr. Benitez was trying to do and allow a little bit of freedom.
I'll accept it as a friendly amendment. To me, the caveat is, I do agree that we should be checking in with legal counsel because there could have been a press release. We may not have all the factual information about an incident that we get contacted on. There's a plethora of reasons why we should check in with legal counsel, why we should redirect specific calls, but I do think that we need some flexibility. I think this is where some guidance in a bylaw provides that, rather than kind of leaving ourselves up to our own devices and then wondering, well, on this call, I want to give my opinion, but also don't want to contradict if an official statement has been released. So absolutely, I would say we need to consult legal. but at the same time, there have been many sensitive issues in our tenure here that have community implications, right? We know, I've been misquoted by journalists. We have experience with that. So I do want guidance on redirecting or forwarding, not as a absolute requirement 100% of the time, Mr. Otto. That's why I'm accepting the friendly amendment on that spirit.
I mean, my concern about adding any language that would say we would contact legal counsel is, I expect Jeff to be arguing before the California Supreme Court and unavailable, and you can't reach him, and therefore, if you just say, okay, they should be the first point of contact, but that may not work given the deadlines and the comments that people want not to be quoted, but background information or whatever. So the Superintendent and Public Information Director should be the first point of contact. All board members who receive contacts from the media or press are encouraged to direct them to the Superintendent and or Public Information Director. It doesn't mean that they have to, and you give you some discretion to say, oh, this is the kind of thing where there may be a press release and I need to check on it. It gives us more authority as board members.
I agree, and I think the rest of this draft bylaw accounts for those situations where, and I've been asked, right? And when I say I oppose mass deportation policies, I'm not speaking on behalf of the board.
Right.
I'm not speaking on behalf of the district, but I have to make that very clear, right? That this is not a district policy,
right,
a board resolution that we passed. And so in those instances, that's why I'm accepting the friendly amendment. But this is not just around best judgment. That has some parameters here, right? So yeah, best judgment is I contact legal, and on that one, I did contact legal for that, right? And so again, I'm reiterating why I'm accepting the friendly amendment in that spirit, Mr. Otto.
Okay, great.
I have a question for legal. What is the precedence with other boards? Like, what do other boards do in a case like this where the media reaches out?
In the districts that I've worked with and advised, I think that oftentimes it is redirected to a single point of contact. That's one of the reasons that districts have people that specialize in media, and the superintendent, to make sure the superintendent is looped in. So it's a pretty common practice in my experience, that in particular for media, where they do have a lot of the relationships with your local media, so they also have those personal contacts and personal information, that it is often directed either through one point of contact or through the board president and the superintendent and then staff.
Yeah, and I think professional decorum dictates that if we're going to be contacted, particularly on policy issues, sensitive issues, we should at the very least give a heads up to our superintendent and to our public information officer, so that they know that we've been contacted by the media, right? And again, best judgment to me is the use of encouraged.
Okay, are we ready for the vote on this one?
Please.
Great.
Well, can we add the superintendent, the public information director, and the board president are the first points of contacts for reporters? Because we have two.
Is anybody else in favor of that addition?
I'm not, mainly because of the spirit of Dr. Benitez's last statement and the professional courtesy of the person in that position. I would hate to circumvent our media relations team. I would hate to circumvent the role of our superintendent with a comment that I'm saying, and that is contrary to what's happening with the district. The fact of the matter is that this is our figurehead and our public relations team, and they should be the point of contact. And I think that it is a professional courtesy to go through them before we say anything.
And I wouldn't accept it as a friendly amendment. We can do a different motion afterwards if we want, because the second sentence, I think, covers the spirit of that. All public statements authorized to be made on behalf of the board shall be made by the superintendent or the board president or designees, right? So I think it speaks to that.
Yep.
Okay, so we will vote on the motion.
As for any other comments, maybe.
No.
Maria's got a
We will
comment.
vote on the bylaw with the suggestion that, what sentence is that? Third sentence, the superintendent, okay, third sentence, the superintendent and the public information director should be the first point of contact. And then the following sentence should say, are encouraged to direct them to the superintendent and the public information director. That's what we're voting on. So, Mr. Real, we will have you take a roll call vote on that.
Okay. Member Lopez?
I'm going to be a team player on this one, although I think that, when I bring suggestions, a lot of the times I don't feel that, my colleagues want to meet me halfway, but I am going to vote yes on this one.
Vice President Otto?
Aye.
President Craighead?
Aye.
Member Benitez?
Aye.
And Member Miller?
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Well, we're ready for the next one, Mr. Strumpfer.
Bylaw 9011 puts in writing the importance of not disclosing confidential and privileged information. This bylaw protects students, district employees, and the board's own deliberative process. It's based on government code rules on confidentiality. Again, there's one edit that I believe Dr. Benitez has suggested in the third paragraph under disclosure of closed session information. The edit is to replace the words confidential information with closed session discussion. And my understanding from Dr. Benitez is, and he can speak, but it's to make the exceptions below clearer, number 1, 2, and 3. I'll turn it over again to the board for further discussion.
Yeah, and I'll make the motion with that revision. I just, to me, it's either redundant or doesn't make sense to say without disclosing confidential information in that third paragraph, and then under number 3, disclosing information that is not confidential. It just doesn't make sense to me. So it's more of a wordsmith here for continuity and clarity, and that's the suggested revision, and I make the motion for bylaw 911 with that suggested revision.
Can you just reiterate your motion? Sorry. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so the motion is to adopt this policy with this revision. Third paragraph under disclosure of closed session information. Third paragraph, the board shall not take any action against any person for disclosing confidential information. I'm suggesting to strike that. For disclosing anything shared in closed session, is that the wording, Wayne?
What is this?
Closed session discussion.
We're disclosing closed session discussion. Leave the rest the same.
I'm sorry, which paragraph are we on? This is
Third paragraph.
From the top or third paragraph under the
Under the section, I read the section disclosure of closed session information.
So
Third paragraph. It currently reads, the board shall not take any action against any person for disclosing confidential information. My suggestion is to strike confidential information and replace it with closed session discussion, so that then the rest of the bylaw reads clear.
Okay, was there a second on that motion?
I'm a little confused.
Second.
Can you just read what?
Yeah, okay. So if we left it as is and did nothing, if we go to the next page under number 3, it already says disclosing information that is not confidential. It already says that. So what I'm suggesting here is under subsection disclosure of closed session information, paragraph 3, first sentence, the board shall not take, are you with me, Ms. Lopez? I'm sorry. Okay. The board shall not take any action against any person for disclosing, strike confidential information and replace it with closed session discussion.
So it's merely confirming the time / location, whatever you want to call it.
Do we still have a second, Mr. Otto?
Yes, second. Great.
Okay, is there any discussion? Mr. Rail, it looks like we're ready to vote on bylaw 9011.
Okay, I'm sorry. Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Otto?
Aye.
Member Craighead, or President Craighead?
Aye.
Member Benitez?
Aye.
And Member Miller?
Aye.
Okay, that passes 5-0.
The next bylaw is 9031. This bylaw deals with board member concerns regarding the performance of staff who do not report directly to the board. This bylaw emphasizes the relationship between the board and the superintendent and staff. It's trying to avoid a situation where a board member gets personally involved with a potential disciplinary situation with staff other than employees who report directly to the board. And I'll give you a quick example of what it's trying to keep from happening. As board members, as you know, in closed session, you vote on some employee disciplinary actions. And if you were to get involved in it at an early stage, for instance, if you saw something happen or someone told you something happened, and you got into the investigative aspect of what that employee did or didn't do, then you're going to have a conflict when it comes time for you to vote, and that's what your job is as a board member. So it's just trying to separate out what your job is to do compared to what you hire the superintendent to do. So that's 9031.
Just a point of clarification, Wayne, in the introduction, how you framed this. So it says, here. I'm looking at the wrong one, I think. 9031.
Sorry, it's 9031.
Oh, sorry. I lost my spot. Sorry, Wayne.
That's okay.
You were just so passionate about what you just said that I lost track.
I thought I peaked like an hour ago, so it's good to hear they think I still have a little bit of passion.
I'm not going to find it now that I'm looking for it, but what I recall that it references is for any employee or staff that doesn't directly report to the board. Am I imagining that? Or?
No, that's correct. That's actually, the title of the bylaw is Board Member Concerns Regarding the Performance of Staff Who Do Not Report Directly to the Board.
Is there any staff that reports directly to the board?
Your superintendent.
Well, I mean, apart from the obvious, right? Yeah.
Right, sorry.
So,
yeah.
Is there any scenario where we would have staff in addition to the superintendent reporting to the board?
Some boards may have, I work with another public agency that has the general counsel report directly to the board. You know, it depends. It leaves that open and doesn't, for changes if they want to be made later on. But that's the reason why it's not specifically just says the superintendent. It leaves it open.
Yeah, no, I'm smiling because we just did the superintendent's performance evaluation. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, did we have a motion on this one? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, where are we at?
We're on for the vote.
We're on for the vote?
Any more comments?
Is there a motion on the floor? I'm sorry if
Who made it?
Who made?
I'll make the motion then. Move
Second.
to approve 931.
Second.
Any further discussion?
No.
No. Okay. Then we are ready for the vote.
Okay. Member Lopez?
I do have a question. So on number 3, it says the superintendent is obligated to listen to such concerns, review the matter, and notify the board of the resolution of the matter to the extent allowed by the policy. Can you just explain that extent allowed by the policy?
Well, I think it goes back to the issue of what the board's job is. So if the superintendent does an investigation, has an investigation done, and dismissal or some kind of discipline that's going to go before the board is the result, then the superintendent is likely not going to get very specific with you as a specific board member who brought it to her attention in the first place. You'll learn about it when the disciplinary action comes at a closed session board meeting.
Okay, I believe we're ready for the vote now.
Member Lopez?
I'm going to abstain. I'm going to abstain on this one.
Okay, Member Otto?
Aye.
President Craighead?
Aye.
Member Benitez?
Aye.
And Member Miller?
Aye.
That passes 4-0-1 with one abstention.
All right, bylaw number 9032. This bylaw lays out a process for when the superintendent may have a concern about a board member's behavior. An example of that would be when a board member may privately pressure the superintendent to do something that the superintendent believes might be illegal or improper. In that situation, the superintendent will have a written process to follow, and the board will also have a written process to follow. This process protects everyone involved as it attempts to address concerns quietly between the board member and the superintendent, but if necessary, involves the full board so that the board is making a decision and not the superintendent.
I would move approval.
Second.
And I want to make a comment about this. I saw so much stuff on social media about this, and I thought there's a misunderstanding of what this is. Not just this, but this whole process. And that is what we're trying to do is to involve the superintendent without giving her any more power. She doesn't make decisions about the board policies or the bylaws. But for example, if the superintendent finds out that there's a board member who is regularly drunk, I think that happened in this district about 40 years ago, then are we going to say she can't bring that to the attention of the to the board member in question? And I think the way that this is laid out is actually kind of elegant, because it's like, hey, there's a problem here. Can we talk about this? And then if that doesn't work, then after the superintendent has privately discussed that, if there can't be any satisfaction, then she can go to the board president and say, what do we do? If that, and at that point, and I like this sentence, every effort should be taken to avoid concerns escalating beyond this point. It's privacy, but if after the superintendent has privately discussed the concern with the board president, the superintendent remains unsatisfied, the concern has been addressed, the superintendent will provide their concern in writing to the board president and request. That's a very important word here, request the matter be addressed by the full board. She's not going to direct it, she's going to ask, and the board president can make a decision about that. And the whole thing here is, there was so much discussion, social media, that we're giving all the power to the superintendent, and it's not that way at all. In fact, it's just the opposite. This is transparency. This is saying these are the rules that we're going to abide by and follow, and it's good. And it doesn't increase the superintendent's power at all. In fact, I think it's a good allowing this kind of issue to be dealt with in a very professional way. That's the kind of way it should be done.
And this absolutely has nothing to do with the superintendent in terms of, my comment has to do with what is written. So it could be Dr. Baker in the seat, it could be another person in the seat. But our job is to have oversight over the superintendent, to evaluate the superintendent. And I do believe that Board Bylaw 9032 is designed to give the superintendent power that addresses, it's a person we're evaluating and we're supervising that is going to tell us how to behave. According to this bylaw, if after speaking with the board president, the superintendent remains unsatisfied that the concern has been addressed, the superintendent will provide their concern in writing to the board president and request that the matter be addressed by the full board. And again, I think that the irony here is that it's a board's behavior that's being questioned by the individual that we're supposed to have oversight. And so I think that is problematic. It's not, we're not saying that it's the board president that is going to have the conversations with board members. We're talking about the person we're evaluating. And what if the behavior has to do with, we just evaluated the superintendent, or we didn't agree with something, with the direction the district's going or some of the programs that are in place? I think that would, we would be more cautious and perhaps even not really freely writing an evaluation or bringing points up in a meeting in fear of wanting, a fear of not getting reprimanded for our behavior.
I mean, so I have this idea that maybe what we could do is say in number 4, if after the superintendent has privately discussed the concern with the board president, the superintendent remains unsatisfied that the concern has been addressed, the superintendent will provide their concern in writing to the board president, insert and delete the word and insert the words who may request the matter be addressed by the full board. That takes her power away and allows her to, still communicate something that she found out about that she is of some concern to her. The board member has been arrested for drunk driving, and nobody knows about it except the superintendent, and we don't want to create something where she can't communicate that. And I don't think that, I'm not worried about this as creating a power for the superintendent to do this, and if we added the language, added the language who may request, then that takes away any argument that she's getting power.
I think for me the problem here is that kind of the dynamics that we have with this bylaw is that we would have the superintendent and then the board, and it should be just the other way around. It's the board and then the superintendent.
But this bylaw is directing the superintendent to go to the board chair, and then the board chair will go to the rest of the board. So it's not the superintendent having the power. Also, I would direct you to the contract of the superintendent. There is language in the contract about board behavior. If a member of the board creates an issue with the superintendent, then that would be grounds for her departure if she so pleased, because there are 5 of us. We all have different personalities. We all have different ways of conducting ourselves, ways of conducting business. If all, maybe 1 or 2, she can handle 1 or 2 that, might be a little bit more demanding or working outside our purview. But if she gets, 4 out of 5 or 5 of us, there's got to be some recourse for her. And so this is giving her, or any other, superintendent that we may have, a way to deal with board members who are going outside of their purview.
Yeah, it could also be with board members not agreeing, but I want to be clear. The board has oversight over the person that
Right.
we want to tell us how to behave.
But I don't think this is about disagreement. I don't think this is about difference of opinion. I think this is about behaviors that we may take. If we have a board member that goes into an office and we start giving direction to somebody in that office, that is outside our purview. We
So-
should not be doing that as a board member.
Madam Chair, I want to uphold Member Lopez's, I am affirming that the superintendent reports to us, right? Yes. What I want to be able to do as a board is define how the superintendent is going to interact with us. So I'm going to offer a different example. I don't like the drunk driving or showing up to drunk meetings drunk, Mr. Otto. I don't want, without this right now, I don't want a superintendent, I'm going to say, a superintendent, to be able to unilaterally decide how they're going to handle me. I don't want them to be able to autonomously decide to admonish or reprimand or try to censure me. There is no action, there's no action that the superintendent is able to take taking your friendly amendment. Instead, what it does is it brings anything, any consideration, back to the full board. If I'm telling the superintendent, hey, buy me some stuff on the LBUSD credit card, I want this, I want that from it, what recourse does the superintendent have right now? So rather than leave the superintendent up to their own devices, what we're saying is, here's how you're going to interact with us on our terms. Here's how the board is going to handle this. We're going to require a superintendent to take these steps, and then if those steps don't work, it's going to come back to the board for the board to handle it, right? It doesn't suggest here that the board will do X, Y, and Z. It just says we're requiring the superintendent, rather than to handle it of their own devices, of their own volition, we're giving you the parameters with which you will express if there is a concern, right? And the concern could be any concern. So I actually think this empowers the board, defines how the superintendent is going to interact with the board. And I don't see, I mean, again, I'll ask legal. Two things. Is that the spirit, and do you see anything here legally that counters that?
No, I think that is correct, and that is the spirit. The idea is to limit the superintendent's power by, one, having her talk to the board member, two, if she's not satisfied with that, going to the president, and then the president makes the decision whether or not it goes to the board. If it goes to the board decides. So the board is making the decision. If a superintendent says, as you mentioned, Ms. Lopez, I didn't like the way you evaluated me, I would certainly hope that the rest of the board would not entertain that as a concern, right? The board has the power to make that decision, not the superintendent. So that's the spirit of what this policy, what it's talking about.
The fact that the community is talking about it on social media should be of concern to us.
So what would you suggest, Ms. Lopez? Again, I just want to figure out, okay, I'm affirming the board has the power, the superintendent reports to the board. How then do we define how we want the superintendent to interact with us? So if there is a concern, what's supposed to happen?
If there's a concern regarding any board member, I think we can talk to our
How would a board member
president.
be aware of it? How would a board member be aware of the
I
concern?
would, let's say if it's happening to me, I'd go talk to the board president.
No. If something that we don't know about each other, how would we become aware if we don't know? Who would bring it to our attention?
I don't understand exactly what you mean.
If I'm pressuring a superintendent to buy stuff for me on the LBUSD credit card, how will the rest of the board know about that?
Do we have a problem with that currently, that we have to put a bylaw in our
The reason for the bylaws is that we have a guide, that there's an operating guide for our behavior, our role, how we conduct ourselves in meetings, how we, plan agendas, that type of thing. Without these bylaws in place, we're rudderless. It's a matter of us making this investment in time so that for future boards, because the way this board is constructed, the five of us will not be, serving in this capacity going forward. There will be other board members. As new board members come in, they will be given the board handbook. The bylaws will be a part of that handbook. They'll be able to read through it, and that will guide the direction of how they, conduct themselves, what the expectations are. It's to that end that we work on these bylaws. Not that we have that particular problem at the moment, but we have to try and look into the future and provide for the board going forward.
This is pretty clear. It says, when the superintendent has concerns about board member behavior. How is that even, how is it even defined? I would need to know how our current superintendent and superintendents in the future define, what is unacceptable behavior.
Well, whatever concern the superintendent would bring forward to the board chair and ultimately the board would then decide. Is that a non-issue? Is that an issue we need to deal with? But that would be up to the board to decide. I think we've spent a lot of time on this bylaw. I'm going to call for the vote. So, Mr. Riel,
with my suggested change, who seconded this?
I did not agree with your suggested change. I want to be very clear about one point, and then we can move to the vote. This is the process of communication. This has no punitive tools in it. It is just a communication tool between the superintendent and how it would be communicated back to the board and how we would move forward. Therefore, it is not talking about power. Therefore, if we're just talking about the communication process, I'm in agreement with what this says, and I'd like to move forward with the vote.
And then one more thing I do have to say, if on the board we have someone that the majority of the board does not agree with, and a complaint comes up regarding behavior, it is going to be very quickly that board member will be up for discussion, and as per the other bylaws, even censured.
Well, let me I'm going to argue again for my suggested amendment, because the suggested amendment says that the superintendent will provide the concern in writing to the board president, and who may request the matter be addressed by the full board. In other words, the superintendent can't make the decision to go to the full board. It would have to be the board president after thinking this through. So that's.
And I made the motion, I believe. Did I make the motion? Did anybody make a motion?
There's a motion, and Mr. Otto made a motion, Mr. Miller seconded it for the discussion.
Okay.
I don't think there's been any modification yet.
Yeah.
So are you modifying the motion then?
Yeah, I thought I did when I mentioned this at the beginning, that when Ms. Lopez said, no, this is too much power to the president, I said, okay, let's take it away, and let's make the board president be the one who makes the decision about whether to take this to the full board. And that takes all of the power, any suspected power away. And so with that language, it's even cleaner, or I'm meeting Ms. Lopez more than halfway about what it is that her concern is. And by the way, in every single one of these, what we have is not only the power remains with the board, but you got to get 4 votes. In other words, if there's a problem with a board member, it's got to be unanimous, unless they're going to vote against themselves. Because we got 5 members on this board. The requirement is it's got to be a 2/3 majority. It takes 4 to have a 2/3 majority. So there's a lot of fail-safe in the doing of this.
If that's the motion with that suggested edit, I second.
Okay.
Okay, then we will vote on bylaw 9032. Thank you.
Okay, Member Lopez?
It's too subjective, so my vote is no.
Vice President Otto?
Yes.
President Craighead?
Aye.
Member Benitez?
Aye.
And Member Miller?
Aye.
Passes 4-0, 4-1.
The next bylaw is 9050. This bylaw, for purposes of board and public knowledge and transparency, lays out the laws found in government code regarding conflicts of interest. From the Political Reform Act and from Government Code 1090 to 1099. A board member can at times be at times be accused of a conflict by public when under the law it is not a conflict. Bylaw 9050 clearly explains to the public and to the board what an actual conflict under Political Reform Act and Government Code is. This bylaw is completely based on California law and is there really for it to be in writing, for it to be open for the public to understand and for board members to understand what conflict of interest is.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
So, Mr. Strumford, there's nothing in this draft bylaw 9050 that is either different than or in addition to what state law requires?
That's correct.
Under Conflict of Interest Code, the board shall annually adopt a resolution that specifies the terms of the district's Conflict of Interest Code, the district's designated positions, and the disclosures categories required for each position.
We do
Is
that
that part
every-
of the law?
Yeah, we do that every year. The FPPC requires it.
Any further discussion? We're ready for the vote.
Member Lopez.
I was going to ask another question before voting. Is that too late?
No, go ahead.
We haven't started voting, so can do that.
My question is, what do we have in this section that is not required by the law? Is everything that we have here is the verbatim wording that is given to us?
I'm not sure what that means,
So-
but everything that's, as I mentioned to Dr. Benitez, everything that's in this bylaw is from the law. The reason for having it as a bylaw is really in order for the public and for the board to understand what a conflict of interest is and for it to be transparent and open so that people understand it. That's really the point of having it as a bylaw.
Okay, and while you're there, can you explain a relationship within the third degree includes individuals, parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, and the familiar family of the individual, spouses, registered domestic partner, unless the individual is widowed or divorced. And my earlier question, my last question was, so like this language is part of the law?
Yeah, it's in
All
the
of
law.
this. Okay.
It is. It's in the
That
Political
was my
Reform Act.
question.
Yeah, those specific relations are in the Political Reform Act.
That was my question.
Okay, I believe we're ready for the vote now.
Member Lopez.
Aye.
Vice President Otto?
Aye.
President Craighead?
Aye.
Member Benitez?
Aye.
And Member Miller?
Aye.
That passes 5-0.
I'm going to dare to take bylaws 9100 and 9101 together because they are kind of related, especially with the edits that have been suggested here.
Wayne, before you do that, there is, I think, a potential significant discussion on at least one of the items that I shared with you. Number 7, under the president shall perform other duties in accordance with law and board policy, including but not limited to. We had a robust discussion at our last board meeting with Greg and the team here regarding committee, who votes for committees, how with the process. So that's the only reason why I would say let's take these as 2 separate ones. If you want, we can do the next one first and then come back to this one.
Actually, we can do 9100 and 9101. That's fine. 9100 is proposed, as we've discussed for a while. When we first started talking about adding bylaws, one of the issues was let's define what the duty is of the officers, of the president and the vice president. This allows for a clear understanding and written guidelines for the board as a whole to follow regarding job duties. The suggested edits in 9100 allow or make 9100 consistent with 9101 and make it very clear that if the president does not remain on the board during their term, that the vice president will become president and a new vice president will be selected by the board for the remainder of the term. And that's consistent with 9101. And as I understand it, it's consistent with what the board would like to do in that situation. That's what I was told by a majority of the board. So that's 9100. And then I'll turn it over to you for discussion on the item that Dr. Benitez mentioned.
I'd make the motion to approve Board Bylaw 9100.
Second.
So discussion on this one?
Yeah, and again, I'll repeat it. Subsection where the beginning of it reads, "The president shall perform other duties in accordance with law and board policy, including but not limited to 1 through 6. My suggestion to number 7 is that we decide how we want, committee assignments, board assignments to be decided. The options that I think Greg, if you want to chime in here, were either the board votes on any committees, boards, and or I believe part of the discussion, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Lopez, is to leave things as is. And if my understanding serves me correctly, it's a conversation between the president and the superintendent on who's on what advisory group, committee, board. So that to me is in question here for number 7.
Is that parliamentary?
Do I recall the conversation correctly, Greg?
Hi, and good evening. Good evening, board, superintendent. Thanks for having me. And hello, public who's still here. Thanks for staying late. I recall this conversation from the last meeting, and I think the idea here was that we discovered that most of your committees are really committees of the superintendent. And the superintendent, this is a check on the power of the superintendent to just pick whoever they want to be on the committee. And our coaching would be, the superintendent can certainly recommend, different board members if that's what they want to do, but really the board, and not just the board chair, the board should take an action to designate who shall be the committee member on any superintendent committee.
So as an example here in Long Beach, although I don't know if it's been active or not, President Craighead, we have a joint facilities use committee, I think it's called, with the city of Long Beach.
Yeah, that we haven't had that in place for a few years.
But is that's an example of, okay, who would determine who represents the board, who serves on that board? So that's why I'm bringing up.
Is that the parliamentary procedure language?
No.
Which one are you talking about? That's 7.
It's saying that it's giving authority
On the
to the
second
president. Number 7, Mr. Otto. It's giving authority to the president to designate which.
So there are 2 number 7.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
the second section, number 7.
How about if we renumber the second one's A, B, C, D, E, F?
Is it up on the screen? I can't tell, Joe. Okay, so it says the president, again, under the purview of the president, will designate members to represent the board at various educational boards, local and membership organizations.
I think it's speaking beyond superintendent advisory committees. For example, the committee that you talked about existed at one time. I think it refers to membership in CSBA and being a delegate in the California School Boards Association or the Council of Great City Schools on their board of directors. I think it speaks beyond just advisory groups. But
Okay, if that's the case, I would still raise the question, but then it begs the question, does number 4 then qualify as that, Dr. Baker, appointing the membership of all committees and designating the chair? Well, and again, my question back to, I'm okay with wherever we land. I just want to make sure that as it reads right now, it's giving full authority to the board president for committee assignments and for any local board educational representation. And the experience that I shared at our last conversation is it really confined and limited my participation. I'm speaking from experience, right? Because it was the board chair, and even after I requested from the board chair at the time, don't worry, it wasn't you, I was not allowed to participate on anything because all the power was given to the board chair. So the option that I want to confirm that I heard was that the board should vote on who's representing the board on different things.
Okay, so who made that motion?
I'm making it's part of the discussion. We're already in discussion. I'm
Right.
suggesting that that edit.
Yes, but what I'm saying is whoever the maker of the motion is can accept that as a friendly amendment and we can vote on that, or we have to vote on the motion on the floor.
Except what?
Well, we are voting to accept, on the first part, Striking number,
No, not on the first part.
Second
at all.
part.
Second part.
Second part.
Striking number 4 and number 7
Ah,
and
number
replacing
4.
it with
Oh, okay.
board votes on committee assignments and
Right.
various educational boards, local membership organization.
Okay. So just to clarify, it's the second part where there's only 7 bullet points, I'll call them. We would be striking number 4 and striking number 7
But replacing it with the board votes on those things.
Well,
on both 4 and
yeah,
7?
but they're under the thing that says the president shall perform.
Then let's strike it, but then we need to come up with, then who
other
decides?
language. Right, fine. Let's come up with language.
So how would you?
Let's strike 4 and 7.
Strike 4 and 7. Well, yeah, because that wouldn't really come under the role of the president if the whole board is doing that, but I don't know where that direction would live.
So I don't want to talk about other bylaws, or potentially I want to stick to this one. I don't
Okay,
think.
but I'm going to make a note of that, just so that we want to put that somewhere else, so I'm going to
It should
make
go
myself
somewhere
a
else. I
note.
just don't think the president
Or-
should be able to decide
Right.
who serves on what committee.
Right. So, Mr. Strumpfer, I'm actually going to direct you to make a note of, I'll just call it bullet point number 7 from the second part. We are striking that, but we do want to include in a different bylaw that the board will decide as a whole what committees each member will, be a part of or represent. I think that's a more,
Including educational boards, local memberships, things like that.
So
Right.
it would be number 4 and number 7 combined, if I understand it correctly. Right?
Yeah.
We're striking 4 and 7.
Somewhere else.
And 4 and 7 will go somewhere else, whether there's another
Right.
bylaw that would fit, or whether it'd be its own bylaw.
right.
Okay.
Right. Not-
Yes.
We're all comfortable with that.
Okay, so the bylaw that we are voting on currently is 9100, striking number 4 and number 7 from the second part. Are we ready for the vote?
So the board president will determine, will determine which committees board members will be a part of, and then the board will vote on them?
No.
No, that's one of the parts that we're striking, so it would not be
We're gonna
up to
have
the
come up
board
with a
chair.
different way of looking at it.
So who would decide?
The board, and I've instructed Mr. Strumpfer that we include that in a different bylaw.
And if we don't vote on it tonight, guess what?
No, we're not voting
There-
on
oh,
that tonight.
I know, that's what I'm
But-
saying. What I'm saying is, we're striking him here, and we're directing him to, we're gonna have more bylaws to vote on.
Yes,
That's the
okay.
next agenda item.
Yes.
I think where I'm having trouble is who's going to, will we as board members say, hey, this is a committee we'd like to be a part of? And then it's brought up to the board. And I think that so where I'm conflicted is in the event that a particular board member isn't terribly popular and, but really wants to be part of a committee. And then now we have the board, that member has to rely on the other board members to vote that board member in.
I agree with you, Ms. Lopez. So
Absolutely.
here's how I would think of it. Because it was this particular board member that wasn't terribly popular with previous board members.
And still-
And so rather than leaving it up to one board member to decide that nobody knew how it was decided, at the very least, it would have to be a vote, public.
Right.
Discussion would have to be had, and that's a different lens than a secret appointment
Right.
that nobody knows about, and that we could have a discussion and we could raise it. We could say, hey, well, as an example, Ms. Craighead, you've already served on that committee 2 years. I'd like to serve on that committee, or invite one of my colleagues to serve on that committee, rather than having the power to rest with one board member.
And we can have a new bylaw or some way of addressing that, and we still have an opportunity to do that. I don't think there's any appointments coming up in the next 20 days.
So
Oh.
I do have to bring something else up. This also reads that the president shall have the same rights as other board members or members of the board, including the right to move, second, discuss, and vote on all questions before the board, although it is a preferred practice that the president does not make motions or second motions if possible. Can we keep what we have? Because I think that it could give the president an unfair advantage in having the mic and then making a motion.
We do have that. That's what we have right now.
Right.
But right now,
She can do that. Yeah, that's what we have right now.
Okay.
So yes, I want to keep what we have.
Yep.
Okay, so are we ready for the vote?
Yes.
And so the motion is that we vote on bylaw 9100, striking numbers 4 and 7 from the second part.
Right.
And so, Mr. Rail, I believe we're ready to take the vote.
Member Lopez.
I'm still not ready to vote. I have to read again this with the changes. So if you want to take their vote.
Vice President Otto.
Aye.
President Craighead.
Aye.
Member Benitez.
Point of clarification, changes are deleting 4 and 7.
Correct.
Yes.
Aye.
Member Miller.
Aye.
Member Lopez.
So if we're deleting, I guess no more discussion.
If you need clarification, yeah, we're deleting number 4 and number 7 on the second set.
So I'm looking for the section that states that the board will vote on the committees.
It's not here yet. It's going to be drafted later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right now, we're just striking 4 and 7, saying the president does not have that authority.
Right.
Coming up then, in one of the subsequent meetings, there will be language to discuss about who does, right? Whether we have it be the full board or how we do it.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Bylaw 9101, I'm hoping that this one's pretty straightforward. It's just the duties of the vice president.
Move for approval.
Second.
I think the vice president should have a lot more power.
Any further
Statutory
discussion? Any further discussion? I believe we're ready for the vote.
Member Lopez.
Skip me. I am looking still for.
Vice President Otto.
Aye.
President Craighead.
Aye.
Member Benitez.
Just to clarify, this is a 2-sentence or 2-line plus 3 words, right? I vote aye.
Member Miller.
Put an
Aye.
amendment and put my name in here.
Do you need a copy of it, Ms. Lopez?
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
And that's all we have for tonight.
No, actually, and so, thank you, Mr. Strumpfer. And so the next item on the agenda is board bylaws next steps. So that was 7 that we approved this evening, and we have 11 more to go. I'm going to recommend that we take a look at 3 bylaws going forward. I don't know if anybody else has any other recommendation, but I'm recommending that we go over bylaw 9000, which is role of the board, 9020, which is meeting conduct, and 9021. And that would be up for discussion next time, not at the April meeting, but we would revisit that in May to give us a chance to look over those 3 bylaws.
So, President Craighead, I like the ambition to do 3. Here's what I would suggest. That we take some time to let our conversations today, we had public comment today, think through that. We had public comment via email regarding some of these bylaws. If there's a chance for us to say something to the effect of, we'll try to do 1, but no more than 3, just so that we don't make a decision tonight. I'd have to literally go back and see the 3 bylaws that you're suggesting, and I wouldn't want to make a hasty commitment of getting 3 on the agenda and then not having an opportunity to discuss, come prepared with it. So would you consider saying, at least 1, take your pick, and up to 3, and that it would give us some time before we set the next agenda to decide which ones? So I'm saying,
Okay.
let's take our time.
Yes.
And again, the process that we followed today, I would like to keep that we do 1 by 1 versus a packaging of 2 or 3 bylaws at a time.
So I will ask our legal counsel, whether it's Wayne or Jeff, how do we phrase that for an upcoming agenda? And that would not be on an agenda for April, but on an agenda for May, the first meeting in May. How do we phrase that so that we're saying we want to look at this bylaw, but we may look at these other 2? How do we phrase that?
Well, I mean, there's a number of ways to phrase it. You can leave it somewhat, not, I don't want to say ambiguous, but just the motion that the board would bring back from 1 to 3 bylaws for the May meeting for further review and discussion. Identifying what specific bylaws, you can either leave that up to the board president, you can form some process as to which of those 3. You could leave it to your outside counsel related to which ones would be the most likely next 3 to come forward. So it would really be at the direction of the board as to which 3 you might want to bring back. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
So
I feel very comfortable with a decision being made by the board president in conjunction with our special counsel as to what that would be. We're talking to him and figuring that out, and he can say 1, you guys can say 1, 2, 3, and then we all get to vote on it.
With some criteria, that we start with ones that at least there's a majority that didn't have the I don't want us to get caught up in doing a mix of bylaws that may require less conversation or discussion, and those that require a more robust conversation, because we have provided you extensive edits and feedback at this point, Wayne. So can we at least have some criteria to determine on what basis we're going to choose those 1 to 3?
And in the interest of time, can this decision be made at a later date with a conversation with our governance team? Do we have to make that decision tonight?
You don't have to make the decision tonight. One thing I just want to mention to make sure it's clear to everyone and the board, the 7 bylaws that had a clear consensus, is what we did tonight. The other 12 are all colored yellow, which means there's some question by almost every board member. There's some edit by almost every board member in each one of those. Most of them are, I'm okay with it if these edits are made. The edits aren't consistent. It's not like, all 5 of you said, oh, I want to edit this. It's not that simple. It's more complicated. So I just want to make it clear that the remaining 11 that we have are going to be more complicated than what we had tonight. With that said, I don't want to be. I'll suggest this as a possibility, and everyone can shoot me. But the April meeting, we're not. Our next discussion on these is going to be the May meeting. So there's no reason why you couldn't have a very quick item on the April agenda after you've had a couple of weeks to think about this and to look at them, to say, you know what, I only want one item on because, boy, this, 9,000 is a humdinger. So let's just take 9,000 and you can have that quick discussion and make the decision at the next board meeting. That's probably the most transparent, easiest way to go about doing it.
Let's do that. Let's make a decision right here and now that for the April meeting, we will go over bylaw 9,000. We'll just choose one and we'll see how that goes.
For the May meeting?
That's not what I heard Mr. Strumper say, Ms. Craighead.
Okay.
What I'm hearing, again, I just want to make sure that we're all hearing the same thing, is that we will use April to have the discussion around which ones we're going to come back in May with.
I didn't hear that. I heard one, and then we'd have the discussion.
Well,
So we'd pick one and-
let me rephrase, because actually Dr. Benitez was correct. Yeah, so I'm obviously not saying it correctly. So I think the next time that, for several reasons, the next time the board can consider a bylaw, the best idea would be the first week of May. That gives time for the public to see it, that gives time for the board to consider it. So whether we do 1 or 3 or whatever we do, that would be in May. My suggestion for the April meeting is to bring back this discussion briefly on what are we going to discuss in May. Is it 1, 2, or 3? After you've had a chance to look at 9,000, 90/20, 90/21, then all 5 of you can make a decision. Yeah, I think we could do 2, or maybe we could do 3, or no, you know what, 9,000 is a tough one, so let's just do 9,000 on the May meeting. So the discussion in April is just to determine what you're going to do in May.
Okay, then let's do that.
And that's just my suggestion.
Yes. Yes, we'll do that.
Love it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so next on the agenda, we have the Student Outcome Focused Governance Implementation Timeline. I want to officially welcome Mr. Greg Klein. Thank you. Hopefully you haven't missed a flight or something like that, but I'll just read my my little script. So as you may know, we adopted the implementation timeline at our last board meeting, and once again, we're joined by our coach, Greg Klein. Tonight, we're going to discuss how we're proceeding with this process, and I'm going to start the conversation by saying that we need to establish an implementation team. So this team will be meeting about an hour a week for at least the first quarter, just to get us rolling. And I recommend the team should include board members who have completed the training, or it's open to anybody else who wants to participate. So I will be joining our coach on this team and the superintendent, and I would like to know if there's anybody else who's from the board who's interested in joining the implementation team.
I'd be interested.
I am as well.
Okay, Mr. Klein, I'm going to need your assistance because if we have 3 board members who want to serve on the same team, then that's going to be a Brown Act. That falls under the Brown Act. So.
And if you want to do the work in public, I'll happily support you to do it in public. I have no problem with that. That's definitely your call. It's going to come public anyway. It's the work of the board. But most implementation teams are not public meetings. They're just nuts and bolts meetings, and the work gets updated to the board and the community through all the regular channels that we create for public transparency. If you have more than 2 of you interested in the role, some other suggestions include just making agreements to rotate, which is fine. Like I would say every 6 months, but if you wanted to do it sooner, you could, like every quarter. There are other opportunities to do this work. We're going to need all sorts of volunteers to take leadership in different ways. So this is just one of the first ways to get the ball rolling. But ultimately you guys get to decide. And just to be clear, the 2-day training recommendation is just a recommendation, but anyone can join the team, and it'll be the superintendent as well as anyone else the superintendent needs from her staff on the team as well.
Who are the board members that expressed interest right now, President Craighead?
Yourself and Mr. Miller.
So I'll step back if you want to do it, or if anyone else wants to do it, I'll step back so that others can participate in the process.
I appreciate your gracious decision. Thank you.
It would also be helpful to understand how the board wants to hear updates, which means the public would get updates as too, of course, about the work of the implementation timeline team and how the board wants to handle input into the timeline. You know, the timeline stretches out a long time. We're not going to be able to follow it perfectly. So when board members have comments about the timeline, when they're hearing from their constituents about the timeline, like how do you want the implementation team to handle those? Do you want us to just bring those as recommendations to you? Do you want us to make a judgment call on the more minutia ones that we can move forward with, and the bigger ones to bring for the board?
Greg, given the complexity and the multiple things that are in the month-to-month,
yeah.
I think at least for the first few months, come back with all the minutia and recommendations until we figure out, pace,
Yeah.
scale, additional trainings that may be needed, and because again of our robust discussion at the previous board meeting, it's important that we have the timeline now on every agenda, and that we have the ability of this timeline team, if you will, to also suggest, switching things around, pushing things back. So I would say err on the side of come back with all the minutia and recommendations at every board meeting, and if there aren't any, at least we have it on the agenda.
Are there other board members that want to weigh in on either being on the team or suggestions for the team?
It doesn't look like it. So, so the implementation team will consist of our coach, the superintendent, myself, and Mr. Miller. And the board updates will be provided at board meetings, is what I'm hearing.
I think
Is everybody
that's
okay
going to be
with
you,
that?
Mr. Miller.
That's great.
Okay. Well, then I do believe we settled that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next on
Well,
the.
let me just to be clear, it is listed as an action item, so I don't know if you want a motion in a second and then just formalize that, the action to create that team and then have Mr. Miller.
Move to approve.
The team?
Yeah.
Okay.
Second for Doc.
Any further discussion?
This is on the timeline, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that there's a problem with having so much of the board bylaws included in the timeline, and then we haven't discussed all those board bylaws, and I think that that's problematic.
If I may, that's a perfect example. So tonight you made some choices about the timeline specific to your board bylaws, and now the adopted timeline is out of date, right? So without directly telling the implementation team, hey, you told the implementation team, 20 minutes ago that part of the timeline does need to be updated. So that's some of the first work we need to do and bring it back to you. Also, you can see that more spread out, like how you said you're going to adopt some bylaws tonight, not all of them. And in May, you're going to consider some other number of bylaws. So that is not yet on the timeline, but that's exactly the sort of thing that we need to get updated.
And so we probably shouldn't vote on a timeline that is not updated.
So the timeline is a plan in our coaching world. What we try and do is we try and have a plan and then try and be as transparent as possible that plans definitely change. The bylaws by their nature are very set, important part of board policy. They're your operating procedures. Our coaching is that you're going to be reviewing those bylaws every single year, at least every single year. Sometimes you need to do them more frequently if they're not working for you all. So The timeline as adopted at the time it was drafted made some. It was built with the best information at the time that the board was on track to adopting more en masse the bylaws. That has shifted clearly, and that's not good, bad, right, or wrong. That's just how it is. And so now the timeline needs to match the will of the board.
So the vote is for the implementation team. So I believe we're ready to take a vote.
Okay, Member Lopez.
No.
Vice President Otto. Aye. President Craighead.
Aye.
Member Benitez.
Aye.
And Member Miller.
Aye.
Passes 4-0. 4-1.
4-1. Thank you. And item 16.4, Board Policy 5145, 13, Response to Immigration Enforcement.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, so
Oh.
sorry, go ahead, Ms. Lopez.
So yeah, just when will the training take place and who will be training the teachers? And then there was a question asked that I'd like to ask too. Will minors be turned to law enforcement before parents are contacted?
Would you like to address, well, in terms of the policy, unless there's an actual arrest warrant that's issued by a judge, minors would not be turned over. The first point of contact is once something comes in under the policy, parents will be contacted immediately as it relates to the training piece.
And then regarding your question about training, we've already trained all of our enrollment clerks, intermediate office assistants, supervising secretaries, administrators, counselors, with an ask that training also be provided for the teachers at the school sites. So we've mass communicated what the policy is in multiple ways, and with the intention being that there's power in the most people knowing. So that's been ongoing. We began that in the month of January.
Dr. Benitez.
Go ahead.
So I have several questions in the spirit of making this as strong a policy as possible. So I'll just go sort of in sequence.
If I can just give a little bit of background on why the changes to the policy came about, would that be okay?
The first one is, maybe the first one will allow for you to do
Perfect.
that. So second paragraph, district staff shall not solicit or collect information or documents regarding the citizenship or immigration status of students or their family members, or provide assistance with immigration enforcement at district schools, comma, except as may be required by state and federal law. When would that apply? What federal law would then nullify our commitment to not collect that information?
Right. So our commitment is to, and our policy, and we have not been collecting that information. This language in the board policy was taken straight out of the Education Code 234.7 verbatim, which was also included as the model policy provided by the Attorney General back in 2017. So that's just language in the event that there is some federal requirement at some point, not new requirement, but for participation. I don't believe at this point we can do a deeper dive, but I don't think we have any requirement. There is state law that doesn't permit the collection of that information, and the policy mentions that several times. Right now, I don't think there's any federal participation requirement.
I want to be really clear about that. There's nothing that we collect right now related to enrollment, program participation, nutrition application, childcare, nothing that requires us to know that information. We don't seek it.
What would be the rationale then, Dr. Brown, for including except here?
I think it's in reference to the ed code.
It's verbatim of the Education Code, which was implementing this policy.
So we're not countering ed code.
Correct.
Is it necessary to be that specific and list out the exception?
Well, right now, we're unaware of an exception that we've been following. There isn't any exception.
There isn't an exception. That's why I'm asking that.
Yeah, nothing that we're aware of. I'll do a deeper dive.
Okay.
But right now, we are not collecting any of that information and have not been collecting any of that information.
Okay. Did you want to provide the context? Jeff?
Based on the lateness of the hour, only if the panel would like some additional information.
I have additional questions.
Please.
We don't. First page, responding to requests for information. I'm sorry. Is this two different ones?
Could I add something as you're looking at that? Something that is different from our prior policy is that in the prior policy, before the revisions, all of the information was included in the policy. And that's atypical. Typically, you have a policy and then you have an administrative regulation, which is what we're bringing to you tonight. So that's why you see the shortened one-page document.
Yeah.
And
Then
then what
administrative
follows is the administrative regulation. And I want to highlight that specifically because it is different. And I wondered, even in some of the public comment that we heard tonight, if it was clear that there is a difference. The policy is the overarching guide. The administrative regulation operationalizes or tells what our practice is and what we are to do.
Yeah. And that's where my question was coming from, Dr. Brown. And more specifically, because I did see a revision around Fourth Amendment requirements, right? So can we speak to that subtle, but I think very important revision around Fourth Amendment provision?
So a couple of things. Let me also just go off of what Dr. Brown just indicated and why the policy also looks different. You folks, when you passed the original policy back in 2017, it was very early in the process. It was modeled after the Attorney General guidance. Subsequent to that, additional guidance came out with clarifications. Everything that was in the Attorney General's required policy is embedded in one of our policies elsewhere. What we wanted to do here, because we did hear feedback, is to simplify the response to immigration and have it as a standalone policy with a strong administrative regulation that was really just addressing how we address the response to immigration enforcement. All of the other requirements that also were included in the guidance by the Attorney General are now embedded and have always been embedded in a number of our other policies that we have. For instance, earlier tonight on the consent calendar, you passed 3 updates on 3 policies. We looked at those policies very specifically to make sure that those policies were still compliant. We modified a few of them. They were around directory information, student records, and student records and directory information. We wanted to make sure that those were reviewed consistent with the law because we removed some things from our original policy because it sits better in a student record policy. So all of it is still compliant, and we will bring back some more to make sure they're compliant. To get to your specific question about the Fourth Amendment, and what really has driven a lot of this policy changes and some of the concerns in bringing them back is when the guidance related to sensitive areas was removed. And it's important to recognize that guidance for the Department of Homeland Security related to not doing immigration enforcement actions in sensitive areas, schools being one of those, was additional protections on top of what would normally be Fourth Amendment protections. So the Fourth Amendment, of course, protects us from unlawful search and seizure by the government, right? And that's embedded in the Constitution. The sensitive area advisory that was rescinded allowed some additional protections. Now that those protections are no longer in place in terms of Department of Homeland Security, we still have all of the protections that are embedded in the Fourth Amendment. And that's what we follow. And frankly, even in the sensitive areas policy, there were still some exceptions that it identified. We call those exigent circumstances or emergency circumstances.
And I don't see that.
They're not in this
anymore,
policy because we wanted to clarify and provide it as an administrative regulation to really instruct our staff what they should be doing when they receive certain kinds of documents, or when they receive, when they're in the situation in which there's an enforcement officer in the building or coming in on the campus. So the Fourth Amendment, we enforce. Fourth Amendment requires that you have to obtain a search warrant or an arrest warrant based on probable cause, signed by a judge, reviewed, that you have probable cause. Our prior policy, we continue to enforce those Fourth Amendment requirements. And so when, if there was an enforcement activity, we would be looking to make sure that that was supported by a search warrant or an arrest warrant or something that's signed by a federal judge or magistrate. We're required to implement those because it's gone through a process of a showing of probable cause, a judge has reviewed it and signed off on that. So we continue to enforce that in all of our schools. And then the administrative warrants, as it kind of indicates, is not supported in the same way as a judicially issued warrant. And we're not obligated and we are not enforcing those on our campuses. The guidance is that they should reach out to the superintendent designee, really, which would likely be to reach out to me if they have an administrative warrant. And that's really for us to take a look at and to advise our frontline staff that are at the front schools so that we're looking at those documents, and it also provides additional time during those periods. The reason, the issue about exigent circumstances, emergency circumstances, is that in the federal law, there are some exceptions to Fourth Amendment requirements that would require a warrant based on probable cause. And those exceptions are narrow, but there are some exceptions.
Like someone running onto a campus being chased down.
Exactly. They're usually emergency situations. They're somewhat limited. In fact, even the original policy, the sensitive area policy, talked about if there was an enforcement action involving national security threat, imminent risk of death, hot pursuit. Those are the types of things that would be an exemption to requiring a warrant. We're not in a position to determine whether there's exigent circumstances or not, really. But we are in a position to make sure that we are being as clear as we can with anybody that comes with us as to what we will follow and what we can't follow. If at some time, and we're really clear that we don't consent anytime for immigration to come onto our campus. They can be in the front office, but not into our closed campuses. And that's what we're training on. Consent, by the way, is another exception to a Fourth Amendment, right? You can consent to a search. So we're really clear that we're not consenting to coming onto our campuses. So the only other way to come onto the campus, absent the judicially issued warrant, is if they seem to be exceeding their authority or trying to indicate there's exigent circumstances. We don't want to put staff and people into a position of obstructing justice. At that point, we pivot. We indicate we're not consenting. We reach out to the superintendent, to general counsel, to try to read and review those things. If somebody seems to be exceeding their authority, we then move to really documenting the process. We're documenting all along, but we want to document the process so that we can create a record, because there are mechanisms to challenge whether or not somebody exceeded their authority. Those are legal mechanisms. That's what the Constitution requires. Those are reviewed by a federal judge, a judge that's reviewing whether or not probable cause existed to bypass a warrant process. So we tried to craft our language in the administrative regulation with tremendous work by Dr. Brown in trying to make it as friendly as possible but still compliant, but really to be instructive as what we should do in those situations. And we feel like that's kind of what we put together.
Yeah, and thank you for the clarification, both of you. I think for me, given how bold and important our statements have been, referencing this, whatever's allowable by law to ensure students and families are protected, safe, and their overall well-being, right, is a good one. I think the two areas of work then, again, differentiating policy from administrative regulation is critical, and then it has to be like yesterday, training staff, but at the same time, and I'm sharing because I've participated in a couple of the Know Your Rights workshops, our community is still not clear, right? This policy and the administrative regulations aren't going to be pulled up by community. So work around educating our community members and having all those resources and information shared in the most clear, accessible way, because we've heard from, we've heard from public comment, but community at these workshops, and I don't know how many of us have attended, are still not clear what happens at school. Right. It's still not clear, are my children safe at school? Even if it's clear from a policy perspective, I think a lot of work still needs to be done in that area. And I think hence the differentiation from the administrative regulation part of it, Dr. Brown.
Yeah, I want to be clear this evening, and we always benefit from public comment because it allows us an opportunity to hear what the experience is, and that's why it's valuable and important. There were comments made about when ICE comes to school, when ICE is on campus. That has not happened. I want to be very clear that that has not happened, and that we will continue to do everything we can to prevent that and be very proactive and responsive in the event that it did occur. But I just want to highlight that because it was being discussed as a fear of what could happen, and full respect for that. That has not happened. That has not happened to date. And we will continue to push as far as we can within the boundaries of the law, which are more stringent in California than they are in the state of Washington or the state of Illinois, two spaces where districts have been highlighted for what they're doing. So we've really worked hard with legal consult to push as far as we can, but not bringing forward a policy to this board that pushes beyond what the allowance of the law actually is.
And when we're talking about enforcement actions, that's nationally on school campuses. We're in our nationwide groups that we have not seen any reports, and we've got triggers of any activity on school campuses.
Because the majority of the people at our schools are children.
That's right.
So we have to say that when we're talking about exigent circumstances, et cetera,
That's right.
The majority of the people, 63,000 that are in our schools, are children.
Yep. So again, to emphasize that, I don't want the point to be lost that you've already articulated. There is some work to be done with reminding and affirming, because it's not clear. I think two things, right? And I've outlined in response to the comments. One is making sure that everyone has access to the information and resources. I think that, I saw notes being taken. But the second is if and when, and my expectation is we do this at the next meeting, Jeff, is that the plan?
For action.
For action, yeah.
To bring the policy back.
That the operational aspect of this is probably as important, if not more important, than the actual policy, because we can say a lot of stuff in here. And that's where I think, real or perceived, there is still fear, real fear, and ramifications, for instance, on attendance, right, in our schools. So just to reiterate that point, Dr. Brown.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Just a quick question. Dr. Brown, you mentioned administrative procedures that accompany the policy, and my question is, are they available to the public?
Oh, absolutely. They're linked in the agenda tonight. They will be linked with all of the information we have on our website. And really what the administrative regulation is it's our protocol for response. So it's shared widely with anyone who wants.
Okay, so without further discussion, I think we're ready for the vote on this one.
This is information item only.
Oh, information
Yeah.
only?
So
Oh,
we
okay.
got some good details
So we
that we'll
got-
be coming back with.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so unless there are any more questions or comments, we'll move along to report of board members.
Okay. We had a long one today, which is good. I think that today's meeting. Well, let me take a step back. I can remember 4 months ago, we're having discussions right here in the same room, and they were saying, Dr. Baker, we need more meat on this bone for us to be in these board meetings. We need to be talking about bylaws and student outcome focused governance. And I think we got more than our fair share of that kind of stuff today. As you kind of gave us the warning that, it's coming. And so clearly it's here. So thank you for being patient with us as we had a very robust conversation over a number of very important things to our district. One of the things that I wanted to report out was one of the activities I participated in just last week was the quarterly strategic planning meeting with Family of Faith Church in North Long Beach. And so I got the prestigious opportunity to hang out with Pastor Gordon and learn about all of the different community opportunities that this church provides. I think the one piece that was important to me and was an important component of that conversation was, as we look at the four walls of what is titled a church as a sacred space for saints, right? Because that's the term that a lot of churches use. And that belief couldn't be further from the truth, as he looks at this space as a community meeting space for sinners, for people who need help, for those that are in need. And so though it is titled church, and there are a number of, let's call it community understandings of what that means, he most definitely wants the district to participate in their activities as understanding it as a community space and vice versa. There was a conversation about them also hosting some of their community events, their donation drives, et cetera, over in district facilities. And I just really appreciated that. I was very humbled at the conversation and all of the district team that was in attendance, as I thought that this was the type of collaborative opportunity that we've been looking for, that we've been talking about for some time now, going all the way back to our Vision 2035. So I know that was just one of the many conversations that is to occur, but I know from the opportunity to meet with Pastor Gordon and the rest of his team, I couldn't be more proud of the work that they're doing, and I look forward to the great opportunities for collaborations for the people of North Long Beach, the people of all of Long Beach in the future. And last but definitely not least, today is a sort of anniversary for me, and it speaks to really the work that we did today. So 364 days ago, I was headed to the board meeting, and en route, I got a call from my wife saying, "No, you're not. You're headed to the hospital because my son was born." And on that day, obviously, I couldn't have been more excited. There was a part of me that felt a little uncomfortable in the sense that I knew that there was a lot of important work that was happening here, and I wanted to be a part of it because I had read up and studied for it, so on and so forth. But when I saw that boy's face, my God, that was probably, along with my wedding and the birth of my first child, just one of those moments that I wish everybody gets an opportunity to experience. And the way that you fall in love with somebody immediately and know that you only want the best for them. You want them to have the best education. You want them to have the best resources. You want them to have all of the opportunities of the world open to them. And that is why we have these meetings, because we want to be a conduit to helping people like myself who feel this just heightened sense of joy about a young person that they've helped create. Let's say my wife had a lot more work in this process than I did. She had 9 months worth. But it doesn't change the fact that we only want the best for them. And so, yes, you have robust conversations and difficult conversations like we had today. But as long as we keep the students the priority, these loved ones for these young men and young women that are family members of the students in our district, that's the important piece. And so regardless of how we may feel, let's make sure that we keep people's loved ones the priority. That's the end of my report.
Thank you. Dr. Benitez?
Yes, I'll be very quick. Just want to express appreciation for the presentations that were made at, it's been a long day, earlier today on business and systems modernizations, facilities, wonderful projects going on to improve our facilities district-wide, and a first read of our English Learner Master Plan. So invite community members. There's opportunities to engage in actually all three of those presentations. And then express appreciation for public comment. Want to continue to affirm that public comment, we're listening, we're actively listening, we're reading. We may not have a chance to respond to every email. Please don't text me on my personal phone, though I read emails. But all kidding aside, I'm constantly reminded how important it is for our communities to continue to engage with us, and so just an appreciation for folks making the time to communicate with us. That's my report.
Thank you. Mr. Otto?
Pardon my voice all day today. We were in New York last week, and both my wife and I got the stomach flu, and the upshot of it for me was that it's made taken my voice away in some ways. But I want to reiterate what Dr. Benitez said. I thought that the workshop this morning was fabulous. All three parts of it. I learned a lot about facilities and all the things that we are doing. I can't imagine any other district in the state is doing as much as we are, and in a sophisticated way, and we're getting things done, and we're doing it in a very professional way. Jack's presentation, I learned a lot. I'd read the reports, and I thought, wow, this is incredible. On the plane on the way back from New York, where I was for over 8 hours because of problems, I was looking at stuff that I ordinarily wouldn't look at about the internet and how they do things, and I thought, this is very special, and for us to be engaged in this process in the transparent way that we are engaged in it is very heartening. I think we've got a great future and doing a good job, and we're not in the lead, but we're not very far behind, and that's where we want to be. And then, of course, the English Learners Master Plan was the challenge for me, because I read most of it, but I had to get up real early this morning to read chapter 5, and as soon as I sat down, the woman who wrote it basically said, "Oh, that's horrible. That's a horrible chapter. I wrote it." So anyway, but it's complicated. It's important. I am constantly reminded about how there are these pockets in what it is that we do that are really, really important, like English learners, and that the issues identified with that are very complicated, and but we're doing a good job of addressing them and making it better. In our small group, what I heard was, there's so many things to know, and we're just in the beginning of getting this document done. And I thought, we'll never get this done. It's so important. But by the end of the session, I thought we're on the way. So anyway, that's all. I will The only other thing I would say is that we went to New York because, as you guys have heard more than you probably wanted to, my grandson had been invited to run in a Nike invitational indoor meet. I learned something, and that was that if you are running indoors, which he was only doing here, and one other little thing, you can't run track out here because you're precluded until your indoor season is over. And to make a long story short, 8 heats. He was second. He ran his half mile on a 200-yard track in about 1:51. At the end, it's 4 laps. At the end of 2.5 laps, he was last. He came in second. And that was great. It was great for our family to do those things together. And he's back at Wilson now. So that's my report.
Thank you. Member Lopez?
I'll be brief. I know we all want to go home. So I was invited to Lincoln Elementary School to read for Read Across America. And I really enjoyed Heather Harris's 5th grade class. Students were very well behaved, just disciplined, kind, and I just had a really great time in the class. And I want to thank the facilitator, Jennifer Larson, and the principal, Carrie Nemec, for inviting me and to this wonderful event, and for sharing with me tacos that afternoon. I also attended the 22nd annual California Relays, the event hosted at Wilson High School. And Wilson, Milligan, Poly, and Lakewood participated, and they represented our district very well. And then finally, McKinley's 5th grade choir performed at City Hall, and I also had the opportunity to be there. And it was great to see the students so excited to be at City Hall. Their performance was great, and they just loved taking a tour of City Hall and the mayor's office. And I do want to commend Valerie Vennard, the music teacher, for her work with the students, and the principal for her support. And that'll conclude my report.
Thank you. I'm going to forego my report, and I just have a quick announcement. The district is undergoing a triennial assessment of our local school wellness policy. It's Board Policy 5030, and you are invited to provide feedback with a survey. And that survey can be found at Long Beach or lbschools.net/wellness feedback, or you can go to the website, go to the A to Z index, and click on W to find the wellness survey, and that will remain open until the end of April. Dr. Baker.
Thank you. I will just end with a few celebrations. First of all, just building on Mr. Miller's report about our strategic planning quarterly day. Thank you for those of you who were able to attend. We were in 13 community-based organizations as an outgrowth of our December quarterly strategic planning meeting. And what a wonderful opportunity for almost 100 staff and those board members and visitors to hear from community agencies about their support to the district, how we can be better partners, and how they can work with us on our strategic plan and our Vision 2035. So really wonderful learning opportunity. A couple of celebrations. I have beside me an award that our communications office has recently won. So they are often behind the scenes, but let us amplify and express excitement for the 2025 California School PR Award of Excellence. And this is for the LBUSD logo and visual identity package, comprehensive district rebrand. So when you see Chris Sitson and this team that's behind the scenes, please thank them and celebrate with them. Yes. Thank you for acknowledging the work of teams that presented. What a wonderful opportunity. The 3 workshop items, just great. I just have just gratitude for Fredos and David, who were here to update on the facility master plan, Jack, and consultant Katrina, who are just hard at work, and then amazing team from OCIPD, Chris from the multilingual office, unveiling the work, like giving birth to something that has been 2 incredible years of work, building on several years before that that got them to today. And I hope they are resting well tonight as we are ending in this room. And then lastly, just want to celebrate our migrant education students who recently were at the regional speech and debate tournament. We were informed by Martha Ensminger, who proudly prepares them and represents them, that there were 31 individual speech winners and 1 first-place debate high school team. LBUSD Migrant Education Program has won the highest number of awards for the 5th consecutive year. She says, as a result, the official LA County Speech and Debate team will include 12 LBUSD Migrant Education Program students, 5 high school debate students, plus 7 individual speech students from high school and middle school. Something to be so proud of. They will compete in May 2nd through 4th in Monterey. So we will wish them good luck as they go about the next competition. So thank you for the good work today, and thank you for all that you have done to guide our district forward. Really appreciate all of you and celebrating what is the things that are here tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. I just want to thank everybody for, staying till the bitter end. It's, I'm guessing, our longest board meeting in quite some time, if not ever. So without objection, we will, I know it's early, but we'll adjourn the meeting. Our next regularly scheduled meeting is Wednesday, April 9th. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.